Want to design like pros in 2026? Then don't worry, we have got you covered. Hey everyone, welcome to our UIUX course by Simplilearn. You might have probably wondered how apps and website you use every day feel so seamless and intuitive and visually appealing. Well, here's your chance to learn how it's done. UI/UX design is in high demand, with businesses everywhere looking for designers who can create beautiful and functional digital experiences. But here's one thing, the tools and techniques from even just a few years ago are outdated. And that's where this course comes in. We will teach you the latest AI powered tools like Figma AI, Stitch, which are changing design in 2026. Forget wasting hours on old methods. Let's dive into the future of design where innovation and efficiency go hand in hand. So, here is what we'll cover in today's course. First, we will explore what UI/UX design is and why it's crucial in 2026. Then we are going to explore why UI/UX is essential today. Second, we will deep dive into 12 laws of UI/UX design and their key principles and applications. Next, we'll look at the roadmap to become a UI/UX designer, which is a guide to kickstarting your design career. Then we will discuss building your UI/UX portfolio and tips to create a standout portfolio. After that, we'll focus on mastering Figma and AI tools and why Figma is essential and how AI enhances design. Next, we'll cover core UI/UX principles and tools and hands-on with wireframing, prototyping, and usability. Following that, we will design your first project, which is food delivery app UI. With the help of that, you can create a real-world app with interactive features. Then we will move on to designing responsive layouts with Figma AI. And also, we are going to master responsive design with Figma and AI. Next, we will share pro tips, shortcuts, and top Figma plugins, which are actually time-saving tips and essential plugin, which is going to help you when you're using these tools. After that, we will explore Stitch AI, micro interactions in Figma, color theory, and ChatGPT for design feedback. And finally, we will cover human-centered design. For example, designing with the user in mind. We'll also go through UI/UX interviews questions, which will help you prepare for the most common and challenging interview question. By the end of this course, you'll have a solid foundation in UI/UX design, a portfolio to showcase your work, and a knowledge of the latest AI tools like Stitch AI to take your designs to the next level. So let's dive in. Just a quick heads up, if you're looking to level up your design skills, check out the advanced certification in UI/UX design and generative AI from IIIT Bangalore. This course is perfect for anyone who is looking to break into the industry or advance their career in design. In this AI-powered UI/UX design course, you will gain hands-on experience with 25 plus design tools, including Figma, AR/VR prototypes, and generative AI tools. Plus, you'll also get 6 months of free Figma Premium access, which is going to help you dive straight into your projects. What's even better? You'll work on 15 plus portfolio-ready projects that include AR, VR, and XR prototypes, making your job ready in no time. And also, guide with live interactive sessions and mentor-led support, you'll get guidance you need to succeed. And at the end of this course, you'll have certificate from IIIT Bangalore and impressive portfolio to show off. Plus, you'll learn how to use 10 plus Gen AI-powered design tools to streamline your workflow. But that's not all. The course also features a bonus AI tool that helps you create stunning designs faster, saving hours of work. Sounds like game changer, right? Don't wait, hurry up, enroll now, and find the course link below. Now, before we get started, let's see how much you know about UI/UX design. And the question is, what's the primary goal of UX design? Your options are creating stunning visuals, ensuring usability and satisfaction, designing for developers, or making apps look good. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Hi everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning user interface and user experience designs. Now, before we begin, I would like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So, if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So, without further ado, let's get started with today's session on user interface and user experience. So, the user interface or user experience design, or also known as UI/UX, is the process of creating digital products with a user-first approach. The goal of UI/UX design is to provide a product that is both aesthetic and extremely pleasurable to use. It is a common idea that UI and UX are essentially the same thing and belong to the same discipline, but that is not totally accurate. They are separate fields that concentrate on different aspects of the user interaction with a digital product. However, they are closely related and overlap in so many ways that they are largely merged into one profession. So, to start off with, let's have a quick look at the agenda for today's session. We will start off by understanding what is UI UX. We will move on to what skills do UI UX designers need and what are their tasks. Next, we will see the difference between UI and UX, then what are the research techniques in UI UX and how they work together, and what are the disadvantages of combining them both. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now, what is user experience and user interface is our first topic. Let's get going. So, how a person will engage with a product, understanding your user's complete journey and translating it into a product. The interaction of human user with daily products and services is the subject of UX design. It includes user engagement. User engagement would come up if you were to summarize the aim of your user experience efforts. They maintain a connection with their user interests, motivations, and ambitions through engagement. Next, objectives. Objectives, as in the industry, UX design seeks to increase consumer satisfaction and loyalty through the usability, simplicity of use, and enjoyment provided in the engagement with a product. UX refers to the complete user experience that customers receive with a product. By evaluating products' usability, we can tell whether consumers can execute tasks successfully and quickly. Good usability is the basics for a successful user experience, and it is frequently confused by user experience and the simplicity of use. A part of user experience, UX design, is usability. Usability is the second level of user experience. Therefore, you must address your product's usability once you've established that it can resolve users' problems. The degree to which a designer's features fit users' demands and situations determines how usable the design is. And usability involves navigation, the discipline of creating, analyzing, and implementing ways for users to navigate through a website or app. Familiarity. Next is consistency. A usable and user-friendly design always provides a consistent experience. Followed by that, we have error prevention, alerting a user when they are making an error with the intention to make it easy for them to do whatever it is they are doing without a mistake. Next, we have feedback. Feedback is used to engage and explain and can improve the user satisfaction. Followed by that, we have visual clarity. Visual clarity is the measure of how effectively visual design prioritizes and conveys information. Lastly, we have flexibility. It is about knowing your customers and giving flexibility for different customer intents. Now that we have a brief understanding of what UX is, let us understand what is UI. UI, or user interface. The point of human contact and interaction on a device is called user interface. This can include desktop displays, keyboards, mice, and other pointing devices. It also refers to the manner in which a user engages with a website or application. In other words, they design the user interface of a website or app. After knowing what is user interface, we will see the different types of user interface. First, we have command line interface, or CLI. CLI enables users to input commands into a terminal or dashboard window in order to communicate with a piece of software. And it is a platform or channel where users respond to a visible prompt by typing a command and receiving the system's response. Next, we have GUI, or graphical user interface. Graphical user interface enables people to engage with just an operating system using graphics. In the graphical user interface, there are menus like windows, scroll bars, buttons, wizards, painting pictures, alternative icons, and much more. It is simple to understand and natural. The user is shown or given information in any format, including plain text, videos, photos, etc. Followed by that, we have touch graphical user interface. A touch graphical user interface can be used with either the user's fingerprints or a stylus to control graphics. This can be done on a desktop computer, laptop, or a portable device like mobile phone. Touchscreen graphical user interfaces are increasingly used in hospital situations and provide both patients and healthcare workers with a number of advantages. There are a lot of skills required for both UI and UX. Let's have a look at those skills. Skills UX designers need due to the nature of their work. UX designers require a technological skill set such as design or development with programs like Sketch, caused by Defect, and Adobe XD. Successful UX designers have had the following soft talents or abilities. Let's discuss the different skills for UX designers. In addition to hard capabilities are research, problem solving, and communication. Research. Research is a fundamental skill. Designers must derive useful insights from the data they gather, both in early stages and during the real-world testing. Next, we have problem solving. In a process called dynamic, UX designers look at a variety of methods to solve a single user problem. They not only fix difficulties during prototypes, but they also continuously develop and improve goods or services to make them more user-friendly. Finally, we have communication. Because UX design is indeed a highly collaborative process, communication is essential. This includes being able to effectively communicate within the team and to customers about the user's needs and requirements when using the product. Now, let's discuss about the skills that UI designers need. To work as a UI designer, they must need some hard skills. UI designers must keep up with current trends, methods, and technologies to grow. They must be familiar with design aesthetics, user interfaces, and brand design, layouts, and other aspects of graphic design. They must also know how to use graphic design and wireframing software. There are some of the following skills required to become a UI designer. Creativity. The only way UI designers can effectively fix problems is by coming up with novel ideas. Since imagination is a part of creativity, businesses seek out creative individuals. Teamwork and communication. The user interface designer must work well with others. They collaborate closely with product architects and web developers. So, clear communication is essential for a successful end product. Adaptability. Technology evolves at a rapid pace. To consistently develop their products and services, good UI design embraces changes and keeps on top of the industry trends. After knowing the skills required for UX and UI designers, we will look into their different tasks. UX designers. UX designers start by researching. In-person interviews are frequently the first step in user research. These conversations allow them to have a better understanding of the user's motives and problems. User tests are also conducted by the designer to observe the user activity. They improve and deliver the greatest possible user experience by detecting both verbal and non-verbal stumbling obstacles. Such tasks done by UX designers are user understanding, analyze interaction, and wireframing or prototyping. So the first one is user understanding. The depth research is typically the first step in UX design with the aim of understanding the audience, their needs, and wants. A key competency for UX designers is empathy. It aids UX designers in comprehending and revealing the hidden wants and reactions of the target audience. Next, they analyze interaction. Designers of user experience examine how users interact with things, including their routines, preferences, and shortcuts. Better design solutions are proposed during all the available insights. And the last one is prototyping. A prototype is a model or a trial version that UX teams use for testing before launching. It seeks to test and validate ideas before sharing concepts with stakeholders and ultimately handing off the final versions to design engineers for the development process. UX designers are always active in how a product is put together. To make sure the design is going in a proper direction, they communicate with each team member. Now, after knowing tasks done by UX designers, we will look into UI designer task. UI designers. The web designer is in charge of creating how the product is set out graphically once the UX team has completed their process and handled over a wireframe. They must, of course, design from the user's perspective. This includes understanding interface design and implementing basic design principles. It also entails selecting fonts, menu designs, buttons, icons, and other elements with care to both express the brand and satisfy the user. There are several tasks done by UI designers, and the first one is testing. In general, UI testing, sometimes referred to as testing, is a process designed to test the features of any product that the user will interact with. Typically, this involves doing tests on the visual components to ensure that they are performing and functionally in accordance with the specifications. Communication. Typically, the technical team, UX designers, and UI designers collaborate closely. Communicational abilities are needed to grasp technical viability. Wireframing. One of the most important processes in UI UX design is wireframing. This involves modeling the framework of digital applications. A wireframe is a product outline that shows what software components will be present in important pages. It is an essential step in process of design interactions. Now, we will see the difference between UI UX. Two of the terms used in web and application design that get mixed up and confused most are UX design and UI design. And that makes sense. On the surface, they appear to be describing the same thing because they are frequently combined in phase UI UX design. But don't worry, we will try to understand the basic differences between UI and UX. User experience relates to the user's experience of the product or service, whereas UI refers to the visual components through which humans connect with a product. Therefore, UX focuses on visual interface elements like fonts, colors, menu bars, and much more, whereas UI focuses on user and their experience with the product. After knowing the difference of UX, UI, we will see the research techniques in both UI, UX. The practice of gathering information from actual users in understanding their demands and trouble areas is known as user research. There are the following UX research techniques. User persona. A user persona is a fictionized picture of average user. The objective of this is to assist UX designers to develop solutions with particular target user in mind as opposed to a general one. User interviews. User interviews are a great method to get user data, learn why users encounter certain issue, and determine whether your design fulfills their needs. Next, surveys. A specific group of users is sent a set of questions by designers as a part of UX research survey to learn more about their attitude and preferences. Now, we will see the research techniques of UI designers. Research ensures that user wants and expectations are taken into consideration while designing user interfaces, which is typically the very first stage in the process. After the user experience has been established, the UI design process begins. The best color schemes, patterns, and other visual components must be determined by UI designers. This makes it possible for the UI designers to get ideas and ensure that the design components they select are in line with users' choices and needs. Now we will see how they work together. While UI and UX design involve quite distinct technical skills, they are both majorly elements that must work together to provide the optimal user experience. Without a proper UX design, a beautiful UI design might become clumsy and complicated to navigate. Understanding the user's demands should be the first step in any front-end design and development process. Now, after this, we will see the disadvantages of combining them both. It's almost like wearing two hats at once when you have a combined UI/UX function. UI and UX designers have diverse skill sets, even though Most firms advertise a UX UI function as a single unified role. Its main focus, way of looking at things, and approach to prototyping a product are very different. It might be difficult and reduce the amount of focus needed for each discipline in a mixed UI UX role to constantly transition between ideas and representations.
So, guys, let us first try to understand why UI UX is still important in 2026. So, even in 2026, UI UX is not optional. Every app, website, software, or AI tool needs good design. And if users don't understand how to use a product, they are going to leave. And when users leave, businesses lose money. And that's why UI UX designers are still in very high demand. But companies like Apple, Google, Airbnb, and Netflix don't win just because of features, they win because of great user experience. Today's companies say if design is bad, then the product is bad. So, design is no longer decoration, design is a strategy. Now, we are going to talk about the impact of AI on UX roles. AI has changed how we design, but it has not replaced designers. AI can speed up designs, suggest layouts, create wireframes, but AI cannot understand human emotions, behaviors, and ethics. So, designers who work with AI will grow faster and not just disappear. Now, before moving forward, let us understand the clear difference between UI UX and product design. So, basically, if I talk about UI stands for user interface, where UI designers focus on like colors, fonts, buttons, typography, layouts. So UI design means how things look. And on the other hand, UX stands for experience. That's how users feels, means that how things work. UX designers focus on user research, user problems, user journeys, wireframes, and usability testing. So in a nutshell, UI is the face and UX is the brain. Now, let us understand what is the simple difference between a UI designer and a UX designer. Say you work in a restaurant. The UI you see is everything. The menu designs, the color, fonts, the layout, and how attractive the place looks. That's the UI. If menu looks clean, the text is easy to read. And if the design feels premium, then a UI designer did that. On the other hand, UX is how your experience feels, how it's easy to find a table, how quickly you understood the menu, how smoothly you placed the order, and whether the food has arrived without confusion or not. That is the UX. If everything feels simple, smooth, and stress-free, a UX designer did their job very well. This is what UI and UX means. So now you must be thinking, what is product design? Product designers do both UI UX plus business thinking. They think about user needs, business goals, product growth, and long-term strategy. So this is the difference between UI designers and UX designers and also product designers. Now you must be wondering which role should you choose. So let me make it easy for you to decide. If you love visuals, then UI design is for you. If you love problem solving, then UX design is for you. And if you want full ownership of the product, then product design is for you. And it talks about the mindset you need for each role. UI designers need creativity and strong attention to detail, making interfaces look clean and visually appealing. Whereas UX designers need curiosity and empathy to understand user problems and create easy to use experiences. Product designers need big picture thinking and clear communication to balance user needs with business goals. Now guys, let us move ahead and discuss about the UI UX designer roadmap for 2026. This is basic to advanced UI UX roadmap, which is divided actually into 6 phases, and it is spread across 6 months. Each month builds on what you have learned in the previous month. So if you follow it step by step, you will move from beginner to a confident designer. Now guys, let us discuss about phase 1, which is design fundamentals. In month 1, you don't use any fancy tools, no Figma, no advanced software. You focus on the design basics because this is where good designers are actually made. First, you learn the basic design principles like contrast, alignment, spacing, and hierarchy. Those help users quickly understand what they should look at. and what they should click and what they can ignore. Next is, I would say, learn color theory. So if I talk about color theory, then you need to understand how colors affect emotions, trust, attention, and decisions, not just what looks good. Then you learn typographic basics. This means that choosing the right fonts and making the text easy to read, so your designs look clean and professional. Most importantly, you're going to learn human psychology in design. You will understand how people read screens, make choices, and get confused, sometimes without even realizing it. Now, let's discuss the project idea for first month. Take any existing app or screen like food delivery or shopping app. Redesign the screen using basic design rules. No animations, no fancy effects, just a clean layout, good spacing, and clear design. Now let us discuss about phase 2. In phase 2, you are going to do UX research and wireframing. In month 2, you shift from visuals to UX thinking. You stop asking how the screen looks and start asking how the user thinks and feels. First, you learn to identify real user problems, not just what users say, but what they actually struggle with. Then you create user personas, which are simple profiles of real users, their goals, and their pain points. Next, you map user journeys and flows, planning the step-by-step path what a user should follow inside an app. And finally, you create wireframes, simple black and white screens that focus only on structure, not the design. For your month 2 project, redesign the user flow of any existing app and create a low fidelity wireframes for it. Now, let us discuss about phase 3, which is UI design tools. In month 3, you finally start using UI design tools. Your main focus should be Figma because it is the most widely used design tool in the industry. Along with Figma, you can explore Adobe XD and Framer. And you can use FigJam for brainstorming and planning ideas. So guys, you can see these are the respective tools. But guys, also remember, do not try to master everything at once. Focus deeply on one tool, especially the Figma. In Figma, you're going to learn auto layout so your designs adjust across different screen sizes. By the end of this month, you won't just know the tools, but you'll be confidently designing complete app screens. For your this month's project, what you can do is you can design a full mobile app UI in Figma using components, auto layout, and simple design system. Now let us talk about phase 4, which is prototyping and usability testing. So guys, in this phase, you're going to learn that design is not complete until real users test it. You create clickable prototypes and add small interactions to make the app feel real and smooth. Then you do usability testing by watching real users use your design and notice where they struggle. You collect feedback and improve the design again and again instead of just guessing. So guys, for the project, you can build a clickable prototype, test it with users, and refine it until the experience feels easy and natural. Now guys, in the phase 5, we are going to discuss about advanced UX and accessibility collaboration. In month 5, you start thinking like a professional designer, not like a student. You learn accessibility basics so your designs are usable for everyone, including people with disabilities. You design for multiple devices and learn how to hand off designs to developer clearly. You're also going to understand how to work with product managers, engineers in real team environment. For the project guys, what you can do is you can improve the usability and accessibility of any existing app or website to show real world design skills. Now let us move to the phase 6, which is portfolio and job preparation. Month 6 is where your career truly begins. You focus on becoming job ready, not just learning design. You create strong case studies that explain the problem, your solution, and the impact, not just final screens. You are also going to show your full design process and practice explaining your work confidently for interviews. So guys, you show your full design process and practice explaining your work confidently for interviews. Now your real life project is to implement the learnings. It is a complete end-to-end product from user research and wireframing to testing and final UI. And also creating a strong portfolio piece that proves you are ready for UIUX roles. So guys, in the final step, what you can do is you can build a complete end-to-end product from user research to final UI. Then what you can do is you can create your portfolio, upload it on, let's say, any website or GitHub, or you can say on Behance, and also write a proper documentation which proves that you are ready for the UI UX rules. So guys, this was your basic to advanced step-by-step 6-month UI UX design roadmap. Follow it with consistency, regular practice, and real projects, and you will build skills that actually matter. Now, let us learn the top UI UX tools to master for 2026. In 2026, designers should watch tools like Penpot, Logify, UIZard, and Framer AI. These tools use AI and automation to reduce repetitive design work. They even help convert ideas and design into usable layouts and code faster and allow designer to focus more on UX thinking and creativity, not on manual tasks. Moving forward, talking about Figma versus AI tools. So, guys, if I talk about that, Figma gives you control and collaboration, while AI tools offer speed and automation. The best designers don't choose one, they choose both together. With no code and automation, designers now design smarter and ship faster, gaining a strong edge over their work. Now, guys, let us discuss what are the skills that you need to master. First, learn about HTML CSS basics. You don't need to be a developer, but knowing the basics help you design more realistically and communicate clearly with developers. Next is design systems. You learn about components, tokens, and consistency rules. This allows you to reuse elements instead of redesigning everything and helps products scale smoothly over time. Finally, I would say prompt engineering. So guys, designers now work with AI by writing clear prompts, design instructions, and UX logics. This is a new but powerful skill that helps you work faster and smarter in 2026. Now guys, let us talk about personal branding. First, your portfolio platforms. You can use platforms like Dribbble, Behance, and LinkedIn to showcase your work. But don't just upload beautiful screens, always explain your thinking, why you designed something, what problem you solved, and how you made decisions. Next is your case study portfolio, which is most important part. A good case study clearly explains 4 things: problem, your process, and the decisions you made, and the final outcome. Remember, companies don't hire screens, they hire problem solvers. And after that, focus on building authority online. Share simple design tips on X and also write UX articles on Medium and post regularly on LinkedIn. You don't need to be viral, you just need to be visible. When people see your thinking consistently, opportunities start coming to you. In UI UX, visibility creates trust and trust creates jobs. Now guys, let us talk about the UI UX career path in 2026. Because learning design is one thing, choosing the right career path is another. As a UI UX designer, you have 3 main career options. You can work as a freelancer where you choose your clients and work independently, or you can work as an in-house designer where you design for one company and grow with their product. Or you can work with a product team where you collaborate closely with designers and developers and also product managers. There is no best option here. You choose based on your lifestyle, stability, and work preferences, not just trends. Now guys, let us talk about remote and global work. UI UX is one of the most remote friendly careers today. Companies and clients don't care where you live, they care about your skills and portfolio. This means you can work with global teams and international clients from anywhere. Finally, let's look at the new roles emerging in design. In 2026, we are seeing roles like AI UX designer, conversational UX designer, and design strategist. These roles focus on designing experiences with AI, voice interfaces, and product strategy. So remember, when design roles are not shrinking, they are evolving and expanding. Now guys, let us discuss a bit about future of UI UX design. First I want to talk is AI powered design collaboration. In the future, designers will work closely with AI tools, not to replace creativity but to speed up the work. AI will help layouts, ideas, testing, and improvements while designers focus on thinking and decision making. Next is personalization and ethical UX. Products will become more personalized for each user based on their needs and behavior. At the same time, designers must design ethically, no confusing patterns, no tricks. Good UX in the future means being honest, inclusive, and user first. Finally, mixed reality and augmented reality interfaces. Designers moving beyond mobile and web screens to augmented reality and immersive experiences. Designers will start creating experiences that will blend digital and real world. So the future of UI UX is smarter, more responsible, and also more immersive. And designers who adapt will stay ahead. Now, guys, let us talk a bit about salary expectations. In India, as a fresher, you can easily make around 4 to 8 LPA. With some experience, you can easily make around 10 to 18 LPA, and as a senior designer, you can easily earn up to 20 LPA or more, especially in the product based companies. In the United States, salaries are even higher. Freshers earn around 70,000 US dollars per year at an average. And if I talk about mid level designers, they can earn easily about $100,000 or more. Whereas senior designers even earn more than 150,000 US dollars or above.
So, what exactly is a portfolio in the context of UI UX design? A portfolio is essentially your showcase. It's your opportunity to display the breadth and depth of your skills and creativity to potential clients or employers. Unlike many other professions, where your resume does most of the talking, in UI UX design, your portfolio is the main thing that will make or break your chances of landing that job or project. It's a visual resume, but with storytelling. Through your portfolio, you demonstrate your problem solving abilities, design process, and how you approach real world challenges. Think of it as a narrative. You're not just showing pretty screens, you're showing how you arrived at a solution, what the problem was, and how your design impacts the user experience. So, in short, a great UI UX portfolio not only highlights your skills, but also communicates your thought process and the value you bring to the table. Now that we know what a portfolio is, let's talk about what should go in it. So, the content of your portfolio should be carefully curated to highlight your best works and demonstrate versatility. So, here's a checklist of key elements. Number one, case studies. Now, these are the heart of your portfolio. You need at least 3 to 5 solid case studies. Each should tell the full story from problem to solution, starting with the research phase, wireframing, prototyping, and final visual designs. Next comes process documentation. So don't just show the end product. People want to see how you got in there. So include sketches, wireframes, iterations, and feedback loops. So explain your thought process and design decisions along the way. Now comes user research. Show that you understand the users you're designing for. Include personas, user flows, journey maps, and insights you gathered during the research phase. Next comes visual design. The aesthetic part of your work should reflect your UI skills. Highlight your use of typography, color schemes, and UI elements like buttons, icons, etc. And then prototyping and testing. Include any user testing you did, along with the results and how you implemented changes based on feedback. And then about section. So don't forget to introduce yourself. This section should explain your background, what got you into design, your approach to UI UX, and what kind of projects you enjoy. Ultimately, you want to showcase your ability to solve real-world problems through design while also showing your creativity. Now, I hear this question all the time, like how do I make a portfolio if I don't have any experience? So here you have the good news. It's completely possible to build an impressive portfolio even if you're starting from scratch. So next, here are a few strategies to help them. Number one is personal projects. So you can create your own hypothetical projects. It could be redesigning an existing app or website, solving a problem you have noticed in your daily life, or even creating a product from scratch based on a concept. So these projects still showcase your abilities. Next comes volunteer work or freelancing. So you can offer your skills to non-profits, small businesses, or startups that may not have a big budget for design. So it's a win-win situation, like you get experience and they get much needed help. Next comes design challenges. So you can participate in UI UX design challenges on platforms like Behance or Dribble. You can also find daily or weekly challenges that push you to design under different constraints. So these can go straight into your portfolio. Next are case studies from mock projects. So even if the project isn't real, you can still approach it like a real world case study. So outline the problem, research, and demonstrate your design process and final solution. So remember, the key is to show your thinking process and problem solving skills, not necessarily who you have worked for. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Alright, so once you have gathered your projects, the next question is, how do I organize them? So there are a few golden rules for formatting. Number 1, keep it simple and clean. Don't overwhelm visitors with too many visuals or texts. The focus should be on your work. Use a minimal design so your projects stand out. Next comes storytelling. Structure each case study like a story. Introduce the project, the problem, your role, your process, and finally the solution. So provide enough context so that someone with no background in design can understand your thinking. Number 3 is responsive design. Make sure your portfolio looks good on both desktop and mobile. You're a UI/UX designer, so this is a must. It shows you understand the importance of good user experience. Number 4 comes interactive prototypes. So if possible, include interactive prototypes. So tools like Figma or InVision allow you to embed live prototypes that can be clicked through, giving a more immersive experience for the viewer. And then comes ease of navigation. So organize your content so that it's easy to find. Use categories like UI design, UX case studies, or mobile projects if you have multiple skill sets. So now let's quickly talk about some common mistakes to avoid. Number 1, too much focus on visuals. So remember, UX is just as important as UI. So don't make your portfolio all about flashy interfaces. Show that you understand the user experience side as well. Then comes not explaining your process. Now, employers don't just want to see the final result. They want to know how you got there. So beautiful design without context might not be enough. Number 3 is overloading with projects. So quality is over quantity. It's better to have 3 strong projects with deep insights than 10 surface level ones. Then comes ignoring feedback and iterations. So design is a collaborative process. Show that you can take feedback and refine your work. Do not skip this part. Then finally comes unpolished visual design. So if you're applying for UI/UX roles, your portfolio itself needs to have a great visual design. So make sure it's polished, easy to navigate, and a pleasure to use. So finally, having known all this, let's talk about where to build and host your portfolio. Luckily, there are some fantastic platforms that makes this process super easy. So number 1 is Behance, perfect for UI/UX designers. So Behance is a popular platform that allows you to create beautiful project presentations, interact with the design community, and showcase your work to potential employers. Next is Dribbble, known for its creative community. Dribbble is ideal if you want to showcase short snapshots of your work, particularly UI design. It's more visual, but still a good place to start. Next is WordPress or Webflow. So if you want a custom website, WordPress with a design theme or Webflow can give you full control. Webflow in particular is a favorite among designers because it combines web design and development tools, making it easier to build beautiful responsive portfolios. Next comes Adobe Portfolio. If you're already an Adobe Creative Cloud subscriber, you can use Adobe Portfolio to build a website easily. It's simple but integrates well with other tools. And finally, we have Carbon Made. It's a user-friendly platform designed specifically for portfolios. It has beautiful templates and is great if you're looking for an easy setup with little to no coding involved. So you can pick a platform that best fits your needs and make sure it's easy to update over time. So now that you got a clear idea on how to create a portfolio, let's see a portfolio from Behance. So this is a well-made portfolio. So as you can see, first they have mentioned the objective, scope and design approach, followed by a detailed client profile. After which they have given a detailed timeline explaining the process they went through, which includes planning, research, wireframe and visual design, and the tools they have used for the same. After which they have portrayed the color palette and the text styles used. Then they have given the dashboard wireframe, and then the login page, the UI design and different pages in the website, thus making it a complete and well-made portfolio. So before you start with making your portfolio, make sure you refer to many other portfolios to get more ideas. And that was it. Those are the tips on how to create a stunning UI/UX design portfolio even if you don't have a ton of experience. So remember, your portfolio is a living document. Keep it updated, refine it, and let it grow as you grow as a designer.
Now, since this video is about Figma, we should now understand why should you use Figma. Now, basically, to use Figma, there are 3 main key reasons. Figma is the tool that everyone in the design world is buzzing about. First reason is real-time collaboration. Now, in today's remote world, collaboration is very important. Figma allows multiple designers, developers, and stakeholders to work on the same design file in real time. You can imagine working with your team on the same project at the same time, seeing each other's updates instantly, and commenting on things as they happen. It's a total game changer. Next reason is cloud-based convenience. Now, Figma is completely cloud-based, meaning no more worrying about software updates, file saving, or losing your work. Your designs are automatically saved and you can access them from anywhere. Now, whether you're on a Mac, Windows, or Linux device, no downloads, no installations, just log in and you're good to go. Next is design to prototyping in one tool. Now, unlike other design tools where you have to switch between apps for designing and prototyping, Figma lets you do both in one place. You can design beautiful user interfaces and then instantly turn those designs into interactive prototypes to test and share. No more switching between tools. Figma handles it all. Alright, now you might be wondering, how does Figma stack up against other design tools? Well, let's compare Figma to some of the popular tools you might have heard of. First one is Adobe XD versus Figma. Now, both are great design tools, but Figma's real-time collaboration is something Adobe just can't match. With Figma, you and your team can make live changes, comment in real time, and easily review and edit the design in one shared space. Now, Adobe XD has collaboration features too, but they are not as fluid or integrated as Figma's. Next one is Sketch versus Figma. Now, Sketch has been a favorite of many designers, but it's only available on Mac. Whereas Figma is a cross-platform, meaning it works seamlessly on Mac, Windows, and even Linux. So if your team is split across different operating systems, Figma is your best bet. Next one is InVision versus Figma. Now, InVision is a fantastic prototyping tool, but Figma does everything InVision does and more. You can design and prototype within one platform and easily share interactive prototypes for feedback, all without leaving the tool. Figma takes the heavy lifting out of the design process. Now, let's talk about some real-world use cases of Figma and how do actual companies use Figma to make their products better. First is startups and small teams. Now, Figma is a great tool for small teams working on a tight budget. Its cloud-based nature means that small design teams can collaborate seamlessly without worrying about costly software or lost files. Startups use it to create everything from landing pages to app interfaces quickly and efficiently. Next one is design systems for large teams. Figma helps design teams in larger companies to create design systems, a collection of reusable components like buttons, icons, typography. Now, this ensures consistency across projects, making collaboration smoother as the team grows. Next one is prototyping and testing. Now, companies use Figma's prototyping features to turn static designs into clickable prototypes. They can test user flows, get feedback from stakeholders, and make changes on the fly. Now, this is an important step before development begins. Next, we've got remote collaboration. Now, teams spread across the world rely on Figma for real-time collaboration. Designers can easily share their work with remote developers, stakeholders, or clients, making the design process feel as if they were all in the same room. So let's get started with our demo part. First thing is just head over to Figma. You can search it in your Google or you can get this installed in your desktop as well. So just click on the first link from here and then you can just remove this. Click on Get Started. You can click on Continue with Google from here. Then just select your account. So now that I have logged in from my account, you could also download this in your desktop as well. So when you just click on the profile icon from here, you can just click on Get Desktop App, or also you can use it in your browser as well. So right now I'm using it in my browser, but if you want, you can also get this on your desktop app. Next, you can also change the theme of your, the settings of your interface, however you want it to be, light, dark, or whatever the system theme. So I just prefer the dark version. I'll click on dark theme from here. And yeah, this is a community. So from here, what you can do is you can search for any template if you want. Let's suppose you're creating any food delivery app. So you can just click on food delivery app from here. See, you will get the UIUX version of all the... So here we have the food delivery app, UI kit, food app, design food, mobile delivery UI. So from here, you can just open this in Figma if you prefer to use this particular template, which has got 75 screens from here. And it has also the preview version. So from here, you can just click on the page cover and have a look at all the UI, UX, the design if you prefer to use this particular thing. You also have this plugins plus widgets where we will explore this later in this video. I'll tell you how to use this. So right now when we click on recents, you see here it says describe your idea and make it come to life. Now this is the AI version where you can just click on the Figma make design. You can just give the prompt like how you want your design to be, and it will create such type of designs for you. We'll explore it later, but first let us see how you can manually use and create designs in Figma. So right now we've got this design button from here. You can see, just click on the plus icon. And then from here, you can just start designing your app, whatever you want your app to be. Then you've got this Fig Jam as well. And we have a new feature added here, which is the site. Now, Figma sites where you can design websites using pre-built blocks, responsive layout, AI chat, and many more. And then you have this buzz as well. Then the slides where you can create presentation decks for your company or for your startup pitch idea, whatever you want. So we'll just look at each feature one by one. So let's suppose I just click on site. I'll just show you guys how you can use this thing. So from here, it says you can design and publish your website all in Figma. So just click on get started from here. And then you can use a blank site, or you can also use any particular template from here. It also have a variety of categories, as you can see, which is by use case, by event, landing page, personal, portfolio, business. So let's suppose I want it for my portfolio. So when you just click on this particular icon, you get this portfolio templates from here. And if you want it for your business thing, just click on business and you'll get this so many templates available here. Minimalist art gallery, modern brand design studio. So from here, you can just select any template you want and you can start creating your site. You also have this feature of connected to CMS. So where you can actually create such templates built with CMS, which is ideal for content heavy websites. The creative travel blog, modern clean SaaS company, vibrant designer portfolio. This looks good to me. So you could they have multiple templates. So from here, you can use anything you want. Now, when you design here, you've got this responsive by design where you can create web pages for multiple devices with breakpoints that stay in sync. So this is one of the feature. Next, you've got the CMS option where you can quickly insert ready-made embeds, hero section, full pages, and many more. And from this build content with CMS, you can manage content for blog, like content-heavy sites, studies, product categories, and many more. So from here, you can just start designing. So you can just click on insert from here, then you get this option, the pages, navigation, heroes. So you get this option to select. So you can just select any template, the landing page, however you want it to be. And then from here, you can just start creating your site. Then you've got the slides option from here. So let us just check this out. Okay, just click on get started from here. Now, it says you can also start from scratch, or you have this start with an outline where you can summarize a Fig Jam board. Then you've got the basic templates from here, the light slides, then you have the dark slides, how to use Figma slides, the vibes. So you can see it has plenty of option. It's very good if you're creating a pitch deck for your brand or for marketing purposes. Now you can see from here the startup pitch idea, digital content themes. It has got multiple options from here. So let's suppose I click on any of the given template from here. So I have this one, digital contrast. So I'll just click on view template. So this is the template from here. You can see it. So you can just click on add all slides if you start creating presentation, if you want all the slides to be added. Okay. So it says you can find slides from any situation. This is the first slide, the second, third. So I really like the quality in the design it has given to us. And it's really good if you're creating a good presentation for your company. So you can just click on this and start editing from here, right? So this is the templates from here. You can see headlines. Now, if you want to put any change, you can also put screenshots of your app, website, logo, whatever you want to show it to the other audiences. Okay, now this is really cool. So we have seen how to use this slides as well. Let us just check this out, the buzz option from here. Okay, it says meet Figma Buzz, which is the asset production, made easy, get beautiful templates, or create your own to keep work in brand. Or you can use advanced tools, powerful plugins, and more. So just click on get started. Okay, now this one is specifically for your Instagram post, or for a Facebook post. Twitter post or Google large rectangular ad purposes. So you get this so many plenty of options from here. So let's suppose if you're creating, like how you use Canva for designing your post, you can similarly use the Buzz option by Figma, where you can design your stories, your post for your social media purposes. So just click on social from here, and here you see plenty of options available. The Instagram ad, the X post. So this is really cool if you're using for your marketing purposes for your brand. Then you've got this ads option as well. So from you can just select any template from here. These are for the products. As you can see, there are so many templates available here. Then you've got the print, businesses, sales and promotions, events. So let's suppose if you want to design a letter, portrait card, Pinterest ad. So you can get all of those templates available here. You've got this Instagram story, portrait card. Also, it has option for celebrations as well. As you can see, the portrait card, landscape card. So however you want it to be, you can use it for your happy birthday, for your marriage thing, whatever you want. So now that we have explored our Buzz as well, let's go back. Okay, now we've seen almost everything. Just click on FigJam from here. Now before opening the main design tool, it's very important to understand the FigJam, as it is often the first step in the design process. So what exactly is FigJam? The FigJam is an online collaborative whiteboard. You can think of it as a giant digital wall where you and your team can stick post IT notes, draw rough sketches, and map out ideas without worrying about perfect pixels or design details. What is it used for? It's specifically used for brainstorming ideas, user flows, mapping out the logic of how a user moves through an app, example login screen, click submit, home screen. Team meetings, if you're running retrospectives or planning sessions, it's very useful for that. So let me show you how you can actually use it. So this is our whiteboard from here. So let's suppose I have to create a workflow. So you can just select any shape available from here. And then you can add a text here. Let's suppose it is Scrum Plan. And then just move this box here, and then you can just see the arrow, right? So when you just click on this arrow, it will automatically create the next workflow of you in the same shape which you're using right now. So let's suppose if you do not want this, you need to change the shape from here. Then you can just click on shapes, and I want to add this square shape from here. So I'll just click on square. I'll just add it from here. And then from here, you can just add this particular arrow from here to connect it. And then you can just mention, let's suppose it's team planning. So it's very useful if you're like planning for your team or creating any workflow from here. You can also add colors from here. You get this option, Okay, so from here you get this option, right? Just click on this and then you can just fill any particular color. Let's suppose I'll go with the light pink one because I really like this. And then you can also change the outline. You can also change the font of your text from here. You can just click on the small, large, however you want your font to be. And then you can select your typeface from here. If you want it bookish, technical or scribbled, you can take it in this way. Now, one more very cool thing which I wanted to show you guys is the sticky notes feature. Okay, so from here you can just click on any sticky notes. Let's suppose I want to add this note feature from here, and I want to keep this color, let's suppose as yellow. So you can just type any particular heading if you have. You can just keep it. Let's suppose I just mention it as notes. So I'm just showing you the random template how you could use this FigJam for your purpose. So you can just select, you can just type any important notes if you have. And if you want to connect it with this, you could also do that. So let's click on this thing from here. And yeah, this is how you can create it. And one more thing is its flexibility to use it. So you can just randomly move your shapes from here in this canvas. Now you see how easy it is to use and how great it feels now if you're planning any workflow in this order. So this is how you can do it. Now, if you want to add any workflow from here, you can just click on this. And then again, from here, you can add it. Let's suppose if you want to add here right at the bottom, you can also do that. So this is really great because the interface here, it makes it really user friendly for any person to use it. So this is how you can use FigJam from here. It's not the important process as I can say, but it's really useful if you're creating your wireframe, as in you're creating the steps and all. You can just show it through this automation process from here. Okay, you can also pinch, zoom in and zoom out using your cursor from here. Now let's go back to our main dashboard. Now from here, we'll just click on design. And then click on next. It says design faster with UI kits or start with a frame. So I'll explain you later what this frame actually means. Okay, now you can also add layers, text. These are the UI kits which are always here for you, it says. And if you would like to save time or feeling stuck, add pre-made UI whenever you like. So if you want to add this, you can, but let me show you how you can start from scratch. Okay, so just click on the file option from here. Now you get this pages, right? Just click on this button. Now, if you click on plus, you can add more pages if you want. So this is actually the canvas from here. You can add frames, right? You can also add pages, and this is the layers. Now, if you're used to using the Adobe and all, then you must know what layers actually mean. I'll show you in the later video how does this actually work. So the prototype feature I'll show you guys later in this video. So first we'll be designing our simple app. So let's get started. So here I have a reference template for me to create a food delivery app, which I'll be using this particular reference template and show you guys how you can create such engaging UI UX design for your app. Now, before we move on, let us first understand some of the complex terms. To understand the tutorial, you need to know these specific Figma definitions. First one is frame. So when you just click on this frame icon from here, so this is how you can actually create a frame. Now, when you just click on this, this is the frame right here. Now, in other tools, this might be known as artboard. Now, frame is a container for your design, like a screen for an iPhone 16. Unlike a simple rectangle, a frame can contain other elements and has special layout properties. So I'll show you how you can use this frame option from here. So we can just select anywhere in the frame from here. So this is my frame. And from here, when you just select on this, you get this option of phone, like how you want your frame size to be adjusted in which phone. Let's suppose I selected as iPhone 16 and this is the aspect ratio for it. So I want it for my iPhone 16 and this is the frame it has given for me. Yeah, you can also adjust it just by expanding this particular slide from here. Okay, so let's go back to our original frame. Yeah. So this is the frame we have selected. Next thing is the styles option from here. So when you just click on plus styles, you get this text, color, effect, and the layout guide. So a local style is a way to actually save a specific color or font setting so you can use it everywhere. Now if you change the local style, then every element using it updates automatically. I'll show you how it actually works later in this video. Next option, you've got this component option from here. So when you just right click, you get this option known as create component. So component is actually a reusable master element where you can turn a button into a component. You can also make 50 copies of it. Now if you change the color of the master component, then all the 50 copies changes instantly. Now when you just create component from here, it will have this particular icon from here, and that's very obvious that yeah, you've actually created a component. Now, when you create a component, you also get this option of instance. Now, instance is basically the copy of a component. You can change the text of an instance, but its structure is linked to the master component. You also have this option of add auto layout, where you can actually automatically adjust the container property. It automatically calculates the distance between the items. So let's suppose if I'm let's suppose I'm adding a text here and it says hello. I'm just showing you a demo, right? So I want to just make it add a layout option from here, add auto layout. So when I click on add auto layout, what it does, it will automatically adjust this particular font from here. So let's suppose I'm resizing this, it will automatically adjust this particular font from here itself. I would not need to do it manually, but it will be fitted as the aspect ratio of the size and the frame. Next, you have this prototype, which is like a playable version of your design. It allows you to click buttons and transitions between screens to simulate the real app. So I'll be showing all of this later. So now that you have known all the complex terms and what it actually is, let's move on creating our simple app design, which is a food delivery app. So I've already showed you the reference file. So I'll be using that for creating my design. So we have a frame selected here. What you can do is you can change and rename this and name it as splash screen. So this is the front screen which will be showing you guys. Now, if you want to change the color, we can also do that. Let's suppose I want to add a color here. So you can just click on fill from here and add a color. Let's suppose I want to make it in red, more like a Zomato kind of thing, but not exactly copying the Zomato UIUX design. First step is adding a logo from here. So we'll just go to this image option from here and we'll be adding this image. You can also drag and drop from here. Now just cancel this and we need to just adjust the radius and the size of our image. Now this is the size. Let's suppose you want this particular size. You can just select this and adjust it accordingly. So here you have this grid line you can see from here. You can adjust your logo according to this grid line. So let's suppose if I want to expand this more, you can also do that. We'll keep it here. So now that our logo is ready, next step would be adding some title tags or font design here. You can also adjust the settings just by clicking here. And if you want any fill for your image, you can also do that. You can also increase and decrease the opacity of your image from here, then the corner radius as well. You can also add few effects if you want to add it to your logo. So you have this drop shadow icon. So let's suppose you want to make it layer blur, background blur, noise. You can also do that. So let's suppose I want to add inner shadow or I want to make the background blur. I'll just do that. Okay, this looks good. Next thing is adding the text icon from here. So we'll just click on text from here, select anywhere in between. Now that I've showed you how you can add the local styles, right? So when you just click on the styles option from here, you have this typography. So you can just select any text. So let's suppose I add this particular font from here. And then you can just increase the size. I want it in like maybe 24 because this would be my tagline. So I'll just copy paste my tagline, which I've already created. And now I'm going to adjust this. So I'll just bring this particular text here. So with this cursor, you can actually move it. Okay, this is too big. If you feel it's quite big, then you can adjust it accordingly. Okay, now we'll just put this a bit down. Let's suppose this looks better to me. Burger buzz, savor the flavor, share the buzz. So I've selected this as white color because it looks better on this particular background and I keep it here. So now see, this is our tagline for my brand, which is Burger Buzz. And this is how it would look. Now for the styles part, when you just click on styles, let's suppose I want to add a local style from here. Now you just name the local style. Let's suppose it's the content. I name it because I'll be using this in my content. And then you can just describe what this style would be used for. So I'll be using this style for my entire descriptions for using in my creating the app in the home page and everything. So I'll just click right here, creating home page descriptions. And then you can add more properties here, which is the font. Let's suppose I want some other font, so I'll be selecting it from here. So I really like this particular font. I'll just select that and keep this as regular, medium or bold. You can also keep it at medium. And then I'll be increasing the font size. So let us keep it as 20 from here. And then you can just create style. So in this way, our style has been created. Again, you could also create it for your color as well, which is adding the color effect. Then we also have this layout guide. You can add your own personalized layout guides for your creating your designs. So now that we have created our styles from here, let us now add a button from here. So again, we'll just go to the shapes option, click on rectangle, click the plus icon from here, and you can just adjust the corner radius. Let's suppose I want to keep the corner radius as 30. So this is how it would look like. And you can just adjust the opacity as well. And let me just change the color, and I'm going to keep it as yellow. So the yellow one looks a bit interactive on this color thing. So let me just select yellow from here. Now, this is our button ready. And guess what we'll be using in this button? Obviously, sign up. So again, we'll just click on text from here, plus, and it says sign up. Okay. Now this is the new thing added here, the new font size I can see. So let me just keep it in this way. And it's 32 size. I'm going to reduce the size to, let's suppose, 24. Again, I'll just adjust this icon. You can move it. So I'll just keep it in between. You can see the guides. So it's in center line. So I'll just keep it here, sign up. Now this is how it would look like, the first splash screen. Now, if you want to add, if you want to just add more corner radius, let's suppose I want to keep it 100. You can also do that. So this is how it would look like then. And you have this layout option from here where you can just adjust the flow. Let's suppose I want to keep it at down, or if you want to keep it towards the right, it would look like this. It's not even visible. And this is the layout. It will give you the guides how it is adjusted, right? So I'll just go with the normal one, which we were using before. And then you can just add the dimensions from here, the hug content, adding the mean width, add max width, the width you want. You can also apply variables from here. Want more gaps between your content, you can adjust it accordingly. And here is the opacity. Opacity actually means like fading a bit of your colors and designs. And positions is like keeping it right, left. You can also pad your content from here, like adjusting the spacing and everything. You can add strokes from here. You can add it as green, orange, yellow, however you want it to be. Then you have this layout guide. So let me show you how this layout guide actually works. So let's suppose I want to keep this as 50. And you can see the grid lines, right? So the grid lines would be more in yellow color because it's visible. And this is the option which you can select it. It's applicable on this particular page, so you can just adjust it accordingly. So this grid lines will help you to actually adjust your icons and everything. It's really useful when you're creating your icons and adjusting according to the spacing and all. Then you have this columns. You can adjust it in this way using the column. You also have this rows which would be in the row wise, so you can just see the spacing, right? And if you feel that this needs to move a bit upward, then you can adjust this. So let's suppose I want to move this a bit upwards, right? It looks a bit downwards and it's not being adjusted according to the guide. So I'm going to keep it here. And the burger buzz a bit more up. So now that our layout has been done, we can just remove this layout because now it looks irritating to me. So let me just remove this. You have this I button from here. So when you just off it, you see the layouts won't be visible, right? Now let me show you how you can actually view it in your screen. So you have this play button from here where you can actually preview it in your system. So just click on preview. So when you click on preview, it says the prototype needs to have at least one more frame. So let me add one more frame from here. So that time we were using this icon, right? So we're just going to remove this and we will be using this particular frame from here. And let's suppose I want to keep it as 100. And you can just adjust this accordingly. So I'm just removing it. And again, I'll be changing the color of this frame. So click on this fill again from here. And just select the yellow one. And keep it towards up, maybe like this. Yeah. So this is done now. Let me now preview it again. So we'll just be previewing our file from here. So this is how it would look like in my iPhone 16. Okay, so this is a preview of the interface, the splash screen on my iPhone 16, and this is how it would look like. Now it looks pretty cool to me. Now this is the feature from here. You can just actually click on the sign up. We cannot do that. But if you want to just adjust it, you can do it accordingly. Now you can also view it in other mode if you want. If you have any other phone, you can just view it from there. Now this is the actually preview version. So we'll be creating more frames and more screens, pages for our app design. So let us go back. Okay, so now that a splash screen is ready, so we'll just duplicate this particular screen frame from here. This was a frame 1, right? So I don't know why is it frame 1. Again, I'm going to put it as splash screen. Okay, and then I just click on this frame, and then you can actually click on copy, and then you can Control V from here. So we have one more frame ready. Now, let us start designing this one frame as well. So I'm going to remove this burger and everything from here. Before removing this, I wanted to show you guys one more important thing, which is the auto layout one. So when I just click on this, and from here, I can just click on add auto layout, which is Shift plus A. So the auto layout has been added. Now when I just adjust this accordingly, you see how it works. So let's suppose I want to make it, okay, this is the frame, right? So let's suppose I want to make it like this. Now this will be automatically adjusted, right? The sign up, which is not in the frame yet. So I'm going to put the sign up in the frame again. Now you see when I'm moving it, it is actually moving again from here. The sign up is still there. So let's suppose I want to keep it maybe in this format. And this I'm going to keep it here. So I cannot actually select this right now because it is in my auto layout thing right now. So from here, you can actually change the position and the layout features from here. If you want your flow to be in this order, just select the frame from here and then adjust it accordingly. So it's actually frozen right now. We cannot move the alignment because obviously it's an auto layout thing. But you see the difference, right? When we are using this frame and we are just adjusting it. Now you see this when we are adjusting this particular frame from here, and I want to maybe minimize it a bit. So it will not be adjusted. It will be somewhat like this. But if I want to adjust this particular frame, which is an auto layout, and I want to keep it maybe like this, it will be automatically adjusted, right? Even if I'm increasing and decreasing the size, it will automatically be adjusted, which is really cool. And this is where the responsive design and the auto layout thing actually works. So this is how you can start creating using this auto layout feature if you want it to be in this manner. So we'll just remove this thing from here, this as well. So it has already adjusted the spacing also. So when I just click on this, you get this select layer from here. and the group selection, we can actually select all the frames which you have created here, the plugins. I'll be showing you how to use plugins later. And then it says go to the main component. So right now I told you guys how you can create components for your thing. Now this is not the main one, but when you just click on the main component, now this is the main the master frame which we had created before, and with this we had created the second one, right? So this is the main component from here. So when you make any changes here, the instances, the second one which we had created will also have the changes, because if you create any edits in the master frame, the second one, the instance, would also have the same effect. The next will be just moving on with our sign-in features from here. So we'll just remove the auto layout as well. So we just detach the instance from here and just click on remove layout, and we'll be just removing this thing. Now this I'm creating for my sign-up features. I'm going to keep it maybe white because the white would look more better. This is my frame here, and let's suppose I want to add effect from here. So I'm going to keep it maybe white because I think the white would look more better. Okay, so now again we have the second version of this, the frame which we have created. So we'll just go to the text option from here. Just click on the plus. Okay, it says it can't add new layers because the template creator has set edit restrictions. We're going to remove that again, and we'll add one more new frame from here. Click on plus, and this is a new frame which we have created. Okay, and now again from text we'll be adding new text which says sign up. And this text we will move it upwards. So we're going to move it here, and I think this one is more in capital letters, so I'm going to keep it in small. Alright, now I'll add one more text from here which says login via your email. Login via your email. You can also change the font, but it's better if you use the same consistent font in all your app while creating the content in your app, the app design specifically. So you can use the same font, it would be more readable. Now I'm just going to put it as a secondary text from here. So I'll just go and I'll just click on opacity. I'm going to make it, let's suppose 60%. Now this looks better. And I'll just adjust it here, login via your email. And now we're going to add some emails, the buttons and all, especially the logos when you're just entering in your, signing up your account. So we're going to select a frame from here, click on plus frame, make it like this. And here again, click on the text. We can maybe add it here. So we can't add it here specifically. Now let's suppose I want to add a text again here. We'll just add a text. And it says enter your email. Okay. And since the text is a bit long, so I'm going to reduce the size of my font from here. Make it, let's suppose 20. And again, I'm going to add it as my secondary text from here. So the opacity, I'm going to make it as 60%. Enter your email. Okay, I'm going to add it again. Just went off. So just adjust it accordingly. Put it here. You can just add colors here. So in the fill section, we'll go to this and add a more grayish color from here. Okay, so this could be done reducing the opacity as well. Or also, you can do it from this. So now that this thing has been added, which says enter your email from here, and I'm gonna adjust the sides. So I'll just click on corner radius, and I'm gonna make it maybe 40. So it's adding a bit of radius from here. Now, if you want to add icons, what we'll use is we'll use plugins here. Now in Figma, plugin is actually a third-party extension or mini app that you can install to add features that don't exist in the core software. You can think of them like apps for your smartphone or extensions for your web browser that will help you perform repetitive tasks faster or connect Figma to the other tools as well. So plugins are basically designed to automate your workflow. So some of the common plugins we'll be using here is, I'm going to show you. So we'll just go to this actions button from here. Just go to plugins and widgets. Now for adding the icon, we just use remixer. So just search for remixer from here. Just click on this remix icon from here and click on run. So from here, you can just select the mail option from here, and then you'll be getting this particular icon. Add it here. You can adjust it accordingly. Again, I'm going to reduce the opacity of this. So I'll make it 60%. And maybe put it right here. You can also zoom in to check how you can adjust it accordingly. So let's suppose I'm going to make it here. This looks better. You could also do it manually by using this text thing from here, but then it takes a lot of time. You can add shapes from here. Like let's suppose you add this rectangle option, and then you've got the triangle one. So you can just invert it, put it like this. Okay. And you can just adjust the appearance of this, maybe make it more white or black, and in this way you could have created this, but then it takes a lot of time. So it's better to use the plugins option from here. So I'm just gonna remove this thing from here, and then maybe this is not aligned, so you can just put it more in between, and this one you can just shift it here. Yeah, this is done. Now you can again create the duplicate for this. So just you can maybe drag and drop from here. So when you drag and drop, you could create a duplicate version of the previous frame which you have created. And again, here I'll be adding login via your email. This is enter your email, and the next one would be your password, of course. So I'll just put it a bit at front since there is a lot of space available here. Yeah, I'm going to put it here and this one right here. This looks better. Now again, I'm going to add a text here. Now this one, it says enter your password. We'll go to the opacity one, make it at 60. Select this text from here, put it in between, and then you can again add a logo from here, go to actions. Now we already have this recent plugins which we have used before. Click on remix icon and search for maybe lock. And this one, you can use this thing. Again, this is a secondary text, so we're going to reduce the opacity of this. We'll make it 60. Put it here. Okay. Yeah. Now this is done. It says sign up, login via email, enter your password. And next, what we're going to do is we're going to add more buttons from here. Okay, so I'll add one more option, the checkbox, which says remember me and forgot password as well. So let me add that. So again, I'll go to this plugins, click on remix icon, search for checkbox, and put it here. The opacity again to 60. No, let's suppose I want to keep it as the primary one itself. So I'm going to put it here and add a text. Remember me. Put it here. Next one would be, of course, forgot password. Forget password here. So now I'll add one more button here. It says sign up, or I could just drag and drop from here itself. Copy this and I'm going to paste it here. The text is not here because it was not grouped together. So again, I'm going to copy this text as well. Now, this one looks good. It says sign up, login via email, enter your email, password, remember me, forgot password, and this sign up option is there. Now, the user could also log in via their Google, right? So let us add one more option here, which is login via your Google account or maybe Facebook as well. But let me just add the Google thing here, right? So again, I'm going to add a text here and it says sign in via your Google. And then I could add again one more icon from here. So in this remix icon, I probably won't be getting the Google icon here. So we'll be using one more plugin here. So we have one more plugin known as Better Logos. Just click on plugins and widgets. Okay, so you can use logos from here. Click on run. And then just search for Google. So we'll be using this logo from here, drag and drop it. It will be automatically done right here. Adjust it, make it a bit small. I guess more small, right? So this one looks better. So it says sign in via your Google and this is your Google icon. This is how your second frame would look like. Let me just rename this and add it as sign up option. So I've just grouped all the elements together. So let me just play this again. Now this is how my sign up option would look like. Log in via email. It says enter your email. This is my password. It says sign in via Google. I don't know where the Google icon just disappeared, but then I had added it before. So this is how the preview would look like. There might be some glitch in not showing the tick icon from here as well as the lock icon, or it might not be grouped. Let me just check it. Now this is the preview, how it looks like. And this is the first splash screen. Let me go back to my Figma page again. So I've grouped everything together now. Next, I'll be showing you one more important thing. Now, when you just click on this enter your ID and password, it will hover, right? You must have seen those animations coming. So how do you do that exactly? Now, let's suppose we are creating this button. So let me just drag and drop it, right? Click on copy and then I'm going to paste it here. Now, this is the actual button of this. So previously we had talked about the components thing. So let me show you again how it actually works. Now, when I just click on create component from here, which was already done in the previous frame as well. Let me show you how I can do that. Let's suppose I create a component of this. All right. And I make it as auto layout. So I'll just click on add auto layout from here. Yeah. So when I just click on this, it's already in auto layout. Yeah. Okay. Now we can just go back to the main component. So let me just create one more instance of this main component. Now when I click on this, Okay. So when I click on this, it says you can just go back to the main component. Now this is the main component. Now we can add variants in this feature. I told you before what are variants. So let me create more variants for this same button. Just click on add variants from here. Now we'll just adjust this opacity of this, make it 50, and I'll just change the color as well. Now, why am I changing this color? Because when the person clicks on sign up, it hovers and this color will come automatically. So you can do it by creating more variants of the same button in the same component. And again, I'm just going to copy paste this sign up from here. And then paste it here. So this is how it would look like when you just click on sign up. Okay. So this is how it would look like when you click on sign up, and this is how you can create more variants and components of the same feature. You can add it to the same group as well. You can see some layer has been added here in the box format, and this is how you can create more variants. Now when you create a variant, it will be shown in the rectangular format from here, and you can just click on that and adjust it accordingly. So now that I've showed you how variants and components actually work, let's move on and just continue with our design. So let's continue the design now. I'll be just adding my logo again from here. So I'll just go to this shapes option, click on image video. I'll add my logo here. Again, it's a big, we need to adjust this logo again. So just shorten this. Decrease the size a bit. I want to make it a more circular format, so we can do it in this way. And it's a bit tilted. So we'll place it here. Now this is a search bar where the user will come and they can search for the food items. So I'm going to keep it right here, the logo. And then I can add a text saying order your favorite food. So I'll just add a text from here. Select on any area in the frame. And say order your favorite burger. Okay, since this app is about burgers, I'm going to add burger, not food. And then maybe place it here, or you can also add it here, but I think this one looks better. And I want the user profile to be here. So once you just sign up in using your Google credentials, your profile will be shown right here. Now I'll just insert my image from here. So now this would be the user profile, which is shown right here. Now we'll be adding one more shape from here. It says search, where the user can come and search for their food items. So just go on shape tools from here, select rectangle, and let's suppose I want to put more corner radius, put it 30, and add a text here. Search search your food. Then I can just adjust it to bit down. So I'm going to place this text right here. See, search your food. And now I can add a logo as well. Again, we'll be using the same plugin, Remixer. So we have this remix icon. We can search for search. So we'll be using maybe this one. So we can place it right here. Yeah, search your food. Yeah. So now this option is there to search your food as well. Now you can add the pictures of your food images. So now what I've done is I've added different images of my burger here, and I've mentioned that cheeseburger, hamburger, and I've also mentioned this star rating as well. You can just use the plugins to insert such icons from here. And for this shadow effects, again, we have got again the plugins to put this effects option from here. Just create on shape tools, add a shape or create a new frame. Add the same image from here, write this text, add this icons using the plugins from there, and you're just good to go. So let me just adjust this image, right? Now this is how it would look like. And we can just add, so at the bottom it looks quite empty, so we're going to add some text box here or maybe some shape to make it look more better. So I'm going to add a rectangle. And then just you can change the color of this. Maybe click on the fill option from here and just select on this red color from here. Now it's good to go. So this is how it would look like. Now something which is empty right here is adding the logos. Now since this is the home button, right? This is the home page of my account. So I'm going to add the home button here, the home logo. So again for this, I'm going to use the plugin. Just click on remix icon again, search for this home, and I'm going to use this thing, add it here. Okay, it's already here, right? So I'm going to add it right here. Now this is the home option. In this way you can add more icons of your pages. Now this is how it would look like. So I hope you guys now have a clear understanding of how this Figma works, how you can use the plugins and everything. Now let's move on, and I want to show you how you can use the prototype feature in Figma. So just click on prototype from here, and then you can just click on try Figma make. So basically prototyping is using for your automation purpose, where you can just connect and create a wireframe of the screens, the frames and the pages which you have created. Okay. So here it says what do you want to make. Now you can just describe your idea and you can select it from here. Okay, so you've got multiple examples here, like a minimalist sidebar component, filter products based on brand. So let me just search for food delivery app, specifically burger. And let me just click on this. So now the AI is actually thinking and creating the food delivery app design for me. It's building on the idea now. You can see it says I'll create a modern burger delivery app with a menu cart functionality and an appetizing design. Let me build this for you. So let us wait for a few minutes. You can also check the code from here. This is the code option and this is the preview which we are just clicked now. And also if you want to add any changes, you can just click on add changes from here. You can just type whatever changes you want to add by giving a prompt and your changes will be done. Okay, it says point and edit. All right, we'll just close this from here. And now you can just see that it has created an app for me. It says deliver to home, 25 to 35 minutes. And it has also added multiple burger options. And I really like the image quality and the design features it has added. Okay, it says, how does this look? You can actually give a feedback from here. And you can also preview it. You can copy this design And let me just open on the full screen. So this is the preview option of our app which it has created. And this is the final output. Looks good to me, but it could have added more features and animations. Now, let's just go back. You can also share it with your friends from here. Just click on the share option and you can invite people to edit, move this draft, and you can also give access to more people from here. You can also publish this to community as well. Or the simplest way is to just copy the link and share it with your audiences or the people whom you want to share with. So let's go back. Alright, so now that we have seen how the design make works in Figma, where you can actually create your designs, you can create an app. Let's just check out this prototype settings here. So you've got this iPhone 16 and the color is white. This is the preview where you can actually select a frame or an object in a frame, and then you can use the circular node to drag a connection to another frame. You can also add interactions from here, as in if you're connecting this app to the second one page, you can just add more interaction. Just click on this plus from here and it says trigger on tap, on drag. And then you can add an action from here. Navigate to, let's suppose I want to add this. Destination. So let's suppose I want to add from this frame to this frame. So I'm selecting iPhone 16 and in this way you can actually click this options, and it also says the curve animation. You can also animate this. Now this would be very easy for the other people, for the team, where you'll be explaining the automation connecting to this lines and you'll be showing the features. Suppose this is the first screen, the second screen, and also you can add more triggers and options from here. So you can just drag and drop it like this. And this is maybe the second one it's showing. So you can just put it like this. Now it says interaction on tab, action, navigate to, state. You can also add some state option from here. So let's close this for now. So when you just select this frame from here, so you can just click on this plus from here. And again, you can just connect it with maybe this one. So this is how you can create flow charts, the flow automations for showing and navigating to your screens. Basically, this is how the prototype feature works in Figma. Now, the final thing would be sharing it to other people. You can also view this prototype view from here. And finally, you can just share it with other people. You can save and export the screens and the designs which you have created. You can copy the developer mode link. You can copy the prototype link as well. Publish it to the community. I've already shown you how the community things work, where people publish their designs and you can also view it and you can use it as templates. And you can give access to other people. You can also move the file, add comma separated emails to invite from here, and you can also get the embed code. So this is how the whole Figma things work. I've showed you everything. So now let me show you one more thing, which is the plugins. So you might have used hundreds and thousands of plugins every day, but then the few of the plugins are really my favorite one because it makes my work task much more easier. So let me just show you category wise some of the game changing plugins from here. Now, whether you want to speed up your design process or add a killer visuals or even turn your designs into real websites, I have got everything covered for you. So you must be knowing how to add plugins from here, right? So just click on this actions button and then you can search the plugins. The first one is HTML to design. So just search for HTML to design. Okay, just click on this plugins one. The first one, right? Just click on that. So basically this plugin can grab any website on the internet and it can turn it into a fully editable Figma file, that too in seconds. You don't need screenshots or painstaking manual rebuilds. This plugin is a massive time saver for competitive analysis or getting inspiration directly into your workspace. So you can use this plugin. The second plugin which I wanted to show is just go back. Okay, so the second plugin is known as Bolt. Okay, this is the first one, the multi-tool one. Click on that. You just need to add .new to your Figma URL and your responsive live site based on your designs will be ready. Now seriously, if you want to wow your clients, you can check this plugin out. Now the next plugin is Icons Aid Background Remover. Now most of you guys must be knowing about this plugin. So it's basically used for removing your backgrounds, your image quickly and cleanly all inside the Figma. This one, the first one. Now this plugin gives you smooth, realistic shadows that instantly add polish without hours of tweaking. After that, the next plugin is known as Pixels. So let me just search this thing. Yeah, the second one. Click on that. Now this one, if you need a high quality free, then Pixel pulls millions of photos from photographers worldwide, all free for personal and commercial use. You can find the perfect image that has never been easier. Next category is the color and gradients. And for this, I would highly recommend you checking out Mesh Gradient plugins. So just check this Mesh Gradient. Okay, the first one, click on that. So basically, this plugin can take gradients beyond simple fades. You can create complex 2D mesh gradients that add sophistication and depth to your backgrounds and even the UI elements. The next plugin is Tailwind CSS Color Generator. So just search for Tailwind CSS Color. Okay, the first one, click on that. Now, if you're struggling with color palettes, then this tool generates entire color scales from one hex code, plus creates color styles and variables automatically. It's perfect if you use Tailwind CSS. Now, the next category is the workflow and UX tools. Now, the next plugin is known as the Autoflow Mapping User Flows. So, just search for Autoflow. Okay, the first one. So what it does is Autoflow can connect screens and frames automatically, turning complex Figma design into very normal forms. Then the next Figma plugin is Vectorized Bitmap. Now using this plugin, you can turn any raster image into crisp, scalable vector with transparency and multiple colors intact. It's perfect for logos and icons, no more pixelation needed. And last but not the least, the last one is Stark. So just search for Stark from here. So basically, Stark is your toolkit to check color contrast. It can stimulate vision impairments and it can make sure that your designs are inclusive. Also, let me give you a bonus plugin here, which is known as Mockup Studio. So if you want to impress clients with stunning mockups directly in Figma, then Mockup Studios has got you covered with tons of templates and customization options for you. So these were my top 10 favorite plugins, which I would suggest you guys to definitely check this out. So now that I was talking about the bonus tool, here we've got Stitch.ai, and it's really great for the UIUX designers out there. Let me show you how it works. So here in Stitch AI, you can actually create any app, web designs from here, and you can just give a prompt or you can attach some uploaded image or your website URL. So this Stitch AI uses Google 3 Flash, which is high quality designs in HTML with Gemini 3.0 Flash. And it's really amazing. Let me show you how it works. It's very simple. Now, if you're using it for app, and you can also design for web as well. Let's suppose I'm using it for app purpose, right? You need to just describe your designs from here. Also, on the left-hand side, you can see the examples, the indoor plant care dashboard. So here in Stitch, I'm giving this prompt. And the prompt here is to create a vibrant, modern, interactive UX design for an e-commerce website, which focuses on Gen Z fashion collection. The design should include sleek, minimalist navigation, bold typography, and trendy color schemes like neon accent, pastels. You can also incorporate interactive features such as dynamic product grids, smooth transitions, and engaging hover effects. So that's it. The homepage should highlight the latest collection and eye-catching. So let me just send it to Stitch AI and let's see the magic. Now here, as you can see, the Stitch AI is actually working on the project. It says here polishing the pixels. So we'll just have to wait for a few minutes. Okay. Now you can see the frames, right? It has actually created the frames from here. It's adding a splash of color now. So guys, as you can see now that Stitch AI has created frames and designs for our app, e-commerce app, and it says the designs for your Gen Z has been generated, and it has also worked on all the given prompt, all the features which I had given to this AI. And it says, would you like me to explore more screens, perhaps a shopping bag or user profile page with fit checks? Now, you can also add any tweaks if needed. So first, let me just go through this and just check this out. How would it actually look? So just click on preview. And I want to see this in my mobile. So I'll just click on mobile from here. Okay, so here we have the preview of a first page and just look at the design. Okay, this is really cool. It has a bit collapsed the font, the color thing. You can just give it to AI to correct it. And it says shop now, all the styles, cyber Y2K, trending now. I really like the images it has put out here. It's really cool. And the pink, vibrant colors it has added, the style modes and everything. This looks really good to me. Now, the second is this one. So you can just view it from here, the streetwear, all oversized graphic tees. The third page is this one. All right. This looks really cool to me. Who would say that AI can create such amazing designs? That too within seconds. So now if you need it, you can also add more tweaks, like do this particular change or add this text here. So let's suppose I say this AI to add the black summer drop text. Not exactly add, but to change the color of the black summer drop text to maybe, let's suppose I want to create it maybe pink so that it doesn't collapse with my image out there. Okay. And I've also told AI to add image, perhaps a shopping bag and a profile page with fit checks. And just let's see how it does the changes. All right, so here it says I've updated the homepage text and added the new screens as you have requested. Let me just have a look, but I can't typically see any changes here, right? It says I've updated the homepage text and added the new screens you requested, updated vibrant, the summer drop text, hot pink. I don't know where has it actually used this color text. Not sure of it. So I'll just describe it again. This frame text, where is the change? So I'm just talking to it as if I'm just talking to a person. So I'll just say it, where's the change here? So you can actually click on any frames from here and then you can just say AI to put changes on that particular screen. I think it's working on the second frame now. I typically given it the first frame. All right, so I think it has given me the changes right here. When I have just selected on the frame, you see the difference, right? So, all right, so here we have the user profile as well. So as you can see, it has added the text font from here and also changed the color of the text as well. Now you can also view the different shopping bags option from here, the profile option as well. Now this looks really good to me. Now if you want to add more changes, you can also do that, but I have really liked the quality of the designs it has created for me. This would take almost many days to create such engaging designs for my app, but then the AI has done within seconds and it looks really good to me. You could also say AI to add more animations if needed, but this Stitch AI is highly recommended to you guys out there. If you're designing or new to designing, definitely check this AI tool out there. Now, at last, I would say you can just share it out with your friends. You can enable sharing and remixing from here, and then you can copy the link. And by making your project public, you allow anyone with the link to view and remix its generated design and code. You can revoke public access at any time, but this will not remove already remixed designs. So this is how Stitch AI worked, and let me know your thoughts, what you think about this AI tool. Alright, let's wrap things up with a quick recap. Today, we have explored Figma and how it's changing the game in UIUX design. We have covered the basics, what UIUX design is, and why Figma is essential in today's design world, and how it stacks up with against other tools. I've also shown you guys how to use Figma interface, creating a project, and understanding the difference between design files and FigJam files. We've also discussed tools like frames, shapes, layers, and tips for working with color style and typography. You have also learned how to make your designs more efficient by creating components and variants, and also how to use auto layout to responsive designs. Then we have worked on building a food delivery app UI from scratch, adding prototypes and transitions, and covering how to collaborate and hand off your designs to developers. Now, before we finish, here are some key pro tips and shortcuts to help you work faster and more efficiently in Figma. First shortcut is for zoom in, zoom out, where you can press Command Control Plus or Command Control Minus to zoom in and out your design. Now, to fit the screen, you can press Command Control Plus O to fit your design to the screen. For group layers, you can press Command Control Plus G to group elements together. Duplicate layers, you can press Command Control Plus D to quickly duplicate layers or elements. And for auto layout, you can press Shift Plus A to activate auto layout for your frames.
Welcome to this video on micro interactions in Figma from Simplilearn. Whether you are a designer with some experience or just starting in the world of UI UX, understanding interactions is key to making your designs more user-friendly. So imagine you are using an app and you tap on a button to submit a form, or you scroll down a page to see more content. So these are examples of interactions. Basically the ways users engage with the element on a website or app. So they are super important because they guide the user smoothly from one step to another. Now let's talk about micro interactions. Now these are small details that happen when users interact with your design. For example, have you ever noticed when you like a post on social media and the heart icon gives a little bounce? Or when you drag a file to the trash bin, it gives a quick animation of the trash closing? These are micro interactions. They may seem tiny, but they help improve the overall user experience by providing feedback, making your design feel alive and responsive. And in Figma, you can easily create these small but powerful moments using its prototyping and animation tools. And in this video, we'll be covering some cool examples, including a subscribe button that responds when clicked, a toggle switch that smoothly switches between on and off states, an FAQ accordion that expands and collapses with a simple click, and a page bottom bar navigation that animates when switching tabs, and also a sidebar menu that slides in and out for easy navigation. And by the end of this video, you'll know how to create all these micro interactions in Figma and bring your designs to life. So let's dive right in.
So let's start with the subscribe button. So basically I want the subscribe button to be plain in color, and once I press the subscribe button, I want it to zoom in a bit with red color filled. So here I already have my main frame ready where we'll be trying it out. So we will be placing our subscribe button over here basically. So let's just start creating it. So let's draw a rectangle first. You can press R on your keyboard. So first let me just check that if the size is fine. I think I have to, yep, I think this is perfect. Right, let's just zoom in a bit. Now let's just round off these edges, corner these edges. So just corner the radius. Yes, that's perfect. And let's just write the subscribe text inside the shape. So initially I want this to be white in color. Yes. Let's just increase the font size a bit. Yes, 15 is fine. Now what you have to do is you have to frame this selection. So select this shape, press Shift key, select the text, go to the bottom toolbar and frame selection. So this is your first frame. Now let's just rename the frame as empty because we won't be having color in it. So basically we need more than one state for animation. So let's create 2 more copies of this. Yes. Now let's just rename these frames as transition and let's just rename it as red filled because finally I want my button to be red after subscribed. And here let's just change this text to subscribed. Yeah. So now we have to create a component set of these. So for that, select all and go to the button toolbar to create a component set like this. Select everything, go to the toolbar and create a component set. Let's rename the component set as subscribe button. Next step is to fill the color inside each of the buttons. So even though we need the button to be, plain before the click, it is important to fill the components with the same color, like all the components with the same color for transition. But then you can adjust the opacity of the color. So I'll just show you so that you get an idea. So basically, after subscribe, I want it to be red, right? Like the button's color. So let's just select this button. Let's give this red color. So we have kept it as FF0000. I think we'll put the text color, we'll keep the text color as black itself. Just a second. Fill. Let's just keep it black for now. We'll give this a stroke and let the opacity be 0%. Yes. Now here, this is the transition state. So let the opacity be, let the color be the same, FF0000, but let the opacity be 75%. Yes. And this is the subscribe button, where we need the opacity to be 100%. It's just, yes. Cool. Now the thing is, I want the subscribe button to grow a bit and shrink slightly during the transition. It's kind of a pop-up. So I will make the transition state frame a bit bigger. So this is the transition state frame. So I will just make it, a bit bigger. This. Just slightly. I'll also align the text. Because I need just a small pop-up during the transition. So now this is all done. Now it's time to add the animations. So for that, we have to go to the prototype on your right side. And now let's add the flows between the suggested plus signs. So let's edit the first flow. So here we want on click because we'll be clicking the subscribe button, and on click it will change to the transition state. We need smart animation. Now there are so many options here. So select smart animate. We need ease in and ease out of around, I think 200 milliseconds is enough. Yes. Now let's draw the second flow. Now the second flow, we don't want it on click because, we'll click the subscribe button only once. So I just want it to be dark red after a delay. So let's just give after delay. The least we can give is 1 millisecond. So I think that would be fine. And we need to change it to red filled. We'll give the same smart animate, ease in and ease out. And here we'll, just reduce to around 100 millisecond. Yes. So now let's just copy. So now this is a component. So now let's just copy the first frame and paste it in the main frame. Copy this and paste it over here. Yes. See here, as you can see, the subscribe button, we have just blacked it out. So let me just, change the color of the text. Now here it's reflecting as white. So now let's just play and see the outcome. Yes. So as you can see, the subscribe button, which had no color, as I clicked it gave a subtle pop and went to red button as I had imagined. So this is pretty cool. So this is how, you design a subscribe button or a like button, for example, or a save button, etc. So now let's move on to create a toggle switch. So basically, I want to create the toggle switch for this particular alarm. So as you can see, my main frame is ready and we'll be adding the toggle switch over here. So let's do it. So first let's create a rectangle as before and just check if the size is fine. Yes, it's perfect. Let's just zoom in a bit. Let's curve the edges. Yes. Now let me draw a circle inside. For the circle, the shortcut on your keyboard is the letter O. Yeah. So now you have to do a frame selection for these two elements. So select the element, hold shift key, select the other element and do frame selection. So this is basically your on state. So I will rename this frame as on state. So in the on state, I want the background to be yellow in color. Yellow. And I want my button to be black in color. Yes. So as I told you, for adding transitions or animations, we need more than one state. So let's just duplicate this frame. Yes. Let's just rename this as off state. Yeah. Now in the off state, my button would be here. I think the placement is fine. Yeah. I want the background to be light gray because that's usually the color for an off state. Give the button a dark gray shade. No. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's create a component set of these two frames. You just have to select. Just a second. Yeah. You just have to select everything and create a component set. We'll rename the component set as toggle switch. Now let's add flows by going to prototype like how we did earlier for the subscribe button. So when I press this button, I want it to go to the off state. Again, this is on click. We have to change to the off state. It's smart animate. We don't want it easy in and easy out. We actually, there are more options. I think custom spring. So like, it actually, I want it to, be in a spring action. So I'll just give custom spring. So if you give custom spring, this is how the animation would look like. So now let's just give the same flow backwards with the same settings. Yes. Done. So once it's done, let's copy the first frame and let's paste it in the main frame. So this is our first frame. We have pasted it in the main frame. Just a second. So as you can see, it works and it gives a smooth transition for toggling switch. So now let's create an FAQ accordion. So this is basically the FAQ model seen on Google. So where we'll press the question and the answer comes in a drop-down menu. So let's create that one. So first let's create a rectangle and then let's, write a question inside the box. What is UIUX design? The text is not visible, so let's just first change the text color. Just increase the size to 20, or I think 25 would be fine. Let's just align it. Yes. So now let's do frame selection for these two objects, like for the rectangle and the text. So as you might have seen, the basic steps remain the same for creating micro interactions. So let's just do frame selection and rename the frame as question. Now let's create the answer part. Just a second. Let me just, that is fine. Now create another rectangle. Make sure it's of the same size. Now let's just copy paste expression. Okay. Bring to front. Yeah. Now we have to provide the answer. So basically I have just, I have the answer over here. So let's just drag it. And adjust it. Let's just frame select these two. This question, this frame, let's rename it as answer. Now let's create a component set of these two by selecting everything. Let's rename the component as FAQ. Now let's add the animation. Go to prototype. It will be given smart animate with easy in and out. Same backwards. Yes. Now we'll select this particular frame Copy it to the main frame. Let me just adjust the frame size. Now let's just play and see how our FAQ section looks like. This is pretty cool. So this basically looks how an FAQ section looks like a Google search page, isn't it? See how easily we made this transition. So now next, let's see how to create the sidebar menu that we usually see in apps. So I'll first show how I want it to be so that you will get an idea. So yeah, basically I want my animation to look somewhat like this. So first we'll be having the main page, and when I click a button, I just wanted to zoom in a bit, and the next page should appear. So let's see how this is created. So here I've already selected 2 frames. So first we have to create a frame. So let me just check out the resolution of these screenshots. Okay, it's 461.29. This height is 998.85. Yes. So we have created a frame of equal size, and now we have to layer the 2 images one by one inside the first frame. So make sure that the sequence of the frame that you layer is correct. So the thing is, basically I want this as my first frame. Like while I'm using the app, I want this as my first frame, and I want this to zoom in a bit while I click a certain button. So the second page that I want, we kept here. The first page that I want will be layered above it. Yes. So let me just, rename this frame as closed. Let me just duplicate this frame. Yes. Now in the second frame is named as open. So in this state, I want this particular image to look small. Just a second. Yes. To be somewhat like this. Now this is not a perfect example. I just want you to know how such an animation can be done. That's all. Yep. So now I have to create buttons. So like for time being, we'll just create some shapes. So I will just give a small square as my first icon. And here I would like to represent my close button as a small circle, for example. Let's keep that black in color. Yeah. Let's just zoom in a bit. Now we have to edit or, make animations for these particular shapes. So let's just do that. Again, create a component set of these 2. Now let's just prototype it. Same, we need on-click, smart animation, ease in and ease out. Same goes for the other way around. Yes. Now I'll be placing this button over here. Maybe over here. Let's just consider this, as the menu button or whatever. And let's just take this circle and place it in this particular page where you'll be using this as a close button. Let's just place it over here. Now let's just prototype these 2. Now let's just see the result. This is amazing. So this kind of looks like a complicated animation, but see how easy it was to create. So, you can experiment more on this. This is just a basic example. You can experiment more on this. Now, finally, let's create the page bottom bar navigation. So basically the, bottom bar that you find on apps. So I'll just show you the result first itself so that, you'll get an idea of what I'm going to create. So here we have the home, the profile, the search, and the settings. So basically when I, press profile, I want such an animation. When I press search, I want such an animation. When I press home, I want such an animation. So this is what we are going to create now. Yes, so here I have already got my icons ready. I hope it's visible to you. So first let's create a frame. And now let's draw 4 rectangles and curve them. And then we have to place them in equal spacing. Yes. Let's just do it quickly. Yes. So as you saw in the example, first I have the home button. Let me just copy it here. Let me just paste it here. Just a second. There is some issue. Yes. This is my home. You can just bring it here like this. This is my search. This is my settings. Now I'll just duplicate these frame 4 times. Let me just bring it down. It's going and getting pasted over here. So let's just align them linearly so that it's easy to edit. One more. Yes. So right now we have 4 frames. Let's zoom in a bit. So as you saw initially, I want my home to be red in color and the text too. Now I want to place this over here. Okay. Now let me write the text over here. And I want this to be red in color. The color was FF0000%. So as we have discussed during the subscribe button also, so while coming to the next one, I actually don't want a color, but I have to give the same color for the next frame also, but you just have to adjust the opacity. So I'll just give you an example. For example, while I'm in the home page, I want this button to be red in color and I want it to be written as home, right? Now this is basically for our profile page. So here what I'll do is here also for the button I'll just give the same color, but the opacity will be 0%. Okay, but so as you can see it's still there, but the opacity is 0%. Likewise here I want it to be profile. Just change this first. Yeah. Profile. Here we gave green color. So here we'll give, but here also we'll give the same color. In the rest of the frames also we'll be giving the same green color. What was this color? Just a second, 3900. Yeah. So you have to give the exact color, but the opacity will be 0%. So you have to do likewise in everything. So I will just quickly do it because it will take a lot of time. So I'll just quickly do it and come back to you. So once that's done, we can now give the animations. So let's go to prototype. So when I want the profile section, it must go to this. It's smart animate, ease in and ease out. From here also we'll go to the second frame. So all the profiles while clicked should go to the second frame. Now all the home, for example, while clicked should go to the first frame. So follow this pattern and draw flows for each of the icons. I hope you understood. Like for example, the search button, like whichever search button they press, they have to go to the third frame. So you can draw the flow from each of the frames to the third frame. Settings will go to the fourth frame. So basically while hovering, we want these shapes to expand. So what you can do is, like the home will come from the left. So we can actually go to design. Yeah. So we can actually, move the shape toward the left, because the home while playing will, this particular circle will come from the left side. So we are giving it to the left. Similarly the rest, for example, this settings will come from the right, so you can give it to the right side. So basically what you have to do is you have to align all these shapes. Like for example, the shapes enclosed by the home icon, you have to shift it towards the left, and the shapes enclosed by the rest of the icons, you have to shift it towards the right. So now let's see the result. Yes, this is pretty cool. As you saw, the home is coming from the left, settings is going to the right. So this is why we adjusted the shapes at the end. So yeah, you have seen some cool instances where micro animations are used. Now, before we wind up, I have a quick question for you guys. What is the primary purpose of using micro interactions in Figma when designing user interfaces? Option A, you have to add complex animations for visual appeal. Option B, to guide users through tasks by providing feedback. Option C, to enhance the layout structure of the design. And option D, to reduce the number of screens in a design. So you can give your answers in the comment section, and we'll be checking your answers and addressing any queries. So I hope you liked our tutorial.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. You're already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about Adobe XD tutorial. This tutorial is designed for learning UI UX design using Adobe XD. It is very useful for UI and UX designers, graphic designers, and the other professionals, as it is leading and trending the market among the UI designing tools available because of its many advanced features and tools. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Who coined the concept of Adobe XD? The first one is Don Norman, Talon Wordsworth, Dylan Field, or is it Raymond Lloyd? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session. Now let's take a quick look at the agendas first. Here we cover the basics and advanced topics of Adobe XD. First, we will start by understanding what Adobe XD is. We'll then review some of the Adobe XD's advanced features. Then we'll see how prototyping works in Adobe XD. Lastly, useful tips for designing and creating image graphics and web designs in Adobe XD with top use cases. What is Adobe XD? Adobe XD is a powerful and trending design tool that is easy to use and a vector-based software tool for designing digital designs and prototyping UI UX that gives the tool that a developer needs to develop the world's best experience collaboratively. Adobe XD is designing the UI or UX for web applications, mobile applications, and many applications. It also provides an ideal way to create assets for different applications. Adobe XD is provided and managed by Adobe Inc. It comes for macOS operating system and Windows only. We cannot use it in Linux-based operating systems. It creates a web-based link that can be opened using any web browser. But Adobe XD becomes the most useful tool. Before Adobe XD, the Photoshop tool was widely used for design purposes, but Photoshop doesn't have a user experience. This disadvantage of Photoshop design makes Adobe XD the most efficient design tool, as we have an application for user experience. Its prototyping and animation features give the application a complete virtual tool. The best thing about Adobe XD is that it provides a user interface for design. Each tool in Adobe XD has optimal options, making it incredibly simple to utilize. As a result, it saves the designers a huge amount of time. On the same project, designers make various places can simply work together. Team members can watch and provide comments and suggestions through commenting and pinning directly from their browser using the link sharing tool. Now we will see what are the advanced features of Adobe XD. Adobe XD has a wide range of extensive and powerful features and applications that makes it an essential tool for any UX designer. Some highlighted features of Adobe XDs are, the first one is components and states. Second, padding and stacks. The third one is repeat grid. And the last one is responsive resize. So the first one is components and states. These are advanced features that Photoshop doesn't support. Components allow the creations of it once and then can use it multiple times in the same existing project, providing features to the applications. When building certain design elements like buttons and navigations and maintaining the alignments across our design, components are helpful. Changes we make to the primary components will also affect the supporting components, therefore it will be helpful for design changes. And for the stats, as opposed to components, are also effective approach to making the design functional. We can preview our variations on a single component thanks to states. States can be used to design produce effects like etch over, click, toggle, and many more. And it is helpful to create and design cleanly by reducing the number of artboards. For example, instead of developing a new artboard for a drop-down menu, we can construct one using a click state. So the next one is padding and stacks. These are also some advanced features of Adobe XD that are not available in other designing softwares like Photoshop and are useful features of Adobe XD. It is very helpful when working with dynamic content such as buttons and labels and managing content sections and exploring design. It will save significant time and effort and provide a well-organized design structure. And the third one is repeat grid. Repeat grid is also one of the excellent feature of Adobe XD and also one of the best feature of Adobe XD. By using a feature of a repeat grid, we can easily copy up with the same layout multiple times. It can be used in building the images, data tables, image galleries, and other things. It takes a long time to design these UI components. The repeat grid functionality could save our lives in such circumstances. We may turn on the repeat grid for a certain items with just one click. Using the repeat slider, we may repeat any objects or collections of objects once the repeat grid features is enabled. The text and graphics on the repetition grid can also be modified. And the next one is responsive resize. The world is full of different types of e-gadgets, smartphones, smartwatches, and TV. So while working with the design, we must ensure UI compatibility for all sizes of devices. The responsive resize features allow us to automatically understand the design for a new device and fit the design in. There are several other exclusive and intelligence features of Adobe XD that allows us to choose Adobe XD over any other graphic designing software. To understanding some of the features of Adobe XD, we will see how prototyping works in Adobe XD. Adobe XD supports dynamic and interactive prototyping for the design to interact with different layouts. We can add animation transitions to stimulate the flow of the application. We provide a real-time preview of the application. Using the prototype features of Adobe XD, we can experience a virtual tour of the application. The prototype can be shared with the team and stakeholders through a web link. The team can experience a complete preview of the applications and provide valuable feedback right from the browser. Adobe XD supports dynamic and interactive prototype for the design to interact between different layouts. We can add animation transitions to stimulate the flow of the application. It provides a real-time preview of the application. Using the prototype features of Adobe XD, we can experience a virtual tour of the application. The prototypes can be shared easily with the team and stakeholders through a web link. The team can experience a complete preview of the application and provide valuable feedback right from their browsers. So in the design mode, we create the design for our applications using Adobe XD tools and designs features. Then we switch to prototype mode to specify the interactive links between the artboard and components. We can also create prototypes using the component state. Once we are done with the design and prototype, we can share the design using the share feature. We can preview the designs and prototypes using the previous features. The prototype is one of the finest features of Adobe XD, which makes it different from other tools. We can also add transitions and animations to our prototypes while redirecting to other screens. After understanding how prototyping works in Adobe XD, we will understand the top uses of Adobe XD in different fields. Top Adobe XD use cases. Adobe XD is a flexible tool and can be used for a wide range of design projects. Some popular uses include create wireframe, templates, and prototypes, design user interface, create illustrations and graphics, streamlines the UI and UX design process, enjoy custom design, and the last one is design augmented and virtual reality. The first one is create wireframes, templates, and prototypes. Adobe XD is an excellent tool for quickly creating wireframes and prototypes. Creating simple and complex design is easy, and you can add interactive elements to make your prototype more realistic. The prototype tool is excellent for web design, mockups, and mobile apps, and for making real-time updates to your UI and UX project. And the next one is design user interface. Adobe XD is a great tool for designing. It's a vector based, so you can create designs and has many built-in UI elements to use in your designs. The third one is create illustrations and graphics. Adobe XD is a great tool for creating illustrations and graphic design elements, offering an extensive creative library with the vector, images, shapes, colors, and fonts. The interactive prototype updates in real time so your workflow is fast and responsive when building mobile apps and web designing and more. The next one is streamline the UI UX design process. Adobe XD makes it easier to duplicate and reuse the common elements, create repeating content, and automate the process to save time. So the next one is enjoy custom design. Adobe XD lets you create variations of a single component and maintain spacing between the contents of a group and the other bounds. It is possible because of its padding options, endless customizations using space, wireframes, and colors, and more within the Adobe XD design system. And the last one is design augmented and virtual reality. Adobe XD supports designing augmented and virtual reality experience. You can add 3D objects to your prototypes and test how they work in an immersive environment, making crafting AR and VR experience easy, even if you are a beginner. Let's take a look at Adobe Experience Design XC. It's a part of the Adobe source that primarily focus on UI design, UX design, prototyping, and responsive web designs. It's available for both Mac and PC as long as you have an Adobe CC subscription. It's most definitely competitor to along the modern design tools that have come out recently and you might be using like Sketch or Figma or the dozen others that are on the market right now. So in this video, I'm going to cover the basic things you need to know about XC when you first open up the project to help you to get up and running and feel really confident about the program. I'm ready to get started. I hope you are. Let's do this thing. Okay, let's get jump into right the computer and figure out when the 10 basic things or the basic that you need to know about. I'm just going to roll and I'm gonna open XD. Okay, and we will open up the program and you can see it's open, it's right up and it's dropped as an artboard into our canvas. The artboard system is really common things nowadays and model design tools and exists no different and allows you to put new artboards onto the canvas anytime you want. You can do that's by rolling over here into the tools panel and here an artboard tool, and you can use the hotkey of A and you can do the things. You can draw out and customize the size of an artboard, and I'm just gonna command Z to undo that. Or you can choose from the different selection that we have, like we have iPhone X up here. Maybe we want to do like an Android mobile device as well, and I'm want to like an iPhone 14 Pro to the right, and then it's every time you want to put an artboard just down on the screen, it's going to just space it when you open out to the right. And also with artboard, you can use, and also with artboard you can press the V command or use your selection tool, and you can grab the artboard by just grabbing the top kind of portion of the name of that artboard, and you can move it around the canvas, and you can get some automatic snapping for spacing and all that kind of good stuff. But that's the first thing that you need to notice: how to make artboard, how to move them, and also how to resize them by just simply that. And all right, so the second thing you probably need is a basic tool or understanding of the interface. And so what we are going to do right now is very general fashion, not real in depth. We are just going to kind of cruise through the interface and show you what we have on the very left hand side. We kind of already covered it. We have the tool panel where you can drop the different shapes or lines. You can use your pen tool, text, and you can zoom in. Each of these have an hotkey, and that you can learn to kind of speed up your workflow, down at the bottom of this same panel. And you can see there we have a hotkey, and as well as, and you can click over these assets, the assets where in where X is gonna store all of your colors and your characters style, and your reusable symbols or components you can reuse through your projects. And so you knowing how to click back and forth between your layers and your symbols or your layers and your assets, really powerful part of X3. Right next to that we have all the artboards displayed. We can see all the three on their own separate line. Up at the top left, you can see we are currently on the design tab, and we'll talk about this layer, but we can click over to prototype tab where we can able to create interactions between our kinds of artboard and create interactive prototypes. So that's the difference between these two tabs, that we have the name obviously of our project, and then we have some basics controls on the top right, like zoom in, zoom out, like what percentage are we currently looking at. We want a device preview it or desktop preview it looks like, so we can share these designs. And then you all have your basic tools. If I just draw a rectangle, and then you have all your basic tools. If I just want to draw a rectangle, and then if you all see the basic tools, I have just drawn the rectangle, and you see over in my properties panel, then you have all your alignment tools and some interesting repeats grid, and you have pathfinders or the boolean operations, and you have all your different properties for your width, your height, your x and y value, and we have some different prototyping options, as well as all of your appearance options like colors, text, and different stroke sizes, and all the good stuff is there. And that is a basic tour of the interface. All right, the third thing you might want to know how to do using Adobe XD, like any other Adobe product, is to use the pen tool, and that's by simply clicking on the pen tool in the tools panel, or by pressing the hotkey of P. Once I do it, I get my pen icon, and I can start by adding notes to my artboard and create custom shapes, filling those custom shapes with colors, coming back and redness of redressing. We can redress the individual node, and we can redress in the individual node, and I can add new nodes on however any line. I can redress in the individual node. I can add new node by hovering over any line. I can also delete each one at a time by pressing delete key, and it will just slowly move around and delete each of these points. A few interesting things about the pen tool in Adobe XD is that, unlike most other Adobe products, may hold down shift and gently, I can hold down shift and get increments on. I can just kind of freeform it by doing it with nothing but my hand once I release. And I have created here a brazier curve. So it's gonna be and it will come out straight. It's gonna automatically kind of smart pan or bow the curve. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. If I created a straight line, and if I hold down the option key like is in most of the program, I can just control one of the basic handles instead of both the handles to give myself a little bit more controls of where I'm going to go next. But the automatic curve thing, it's a little bit yeah. The fourth thing that you are gonna want to know about in Adobe XD is about styles and reusable symbols. We have created kind of funky shape on our canvas, and I can select the shape, fill it with, and we can add an ugly color. Yeah, that's not such an ugly color, but now let's say I want to make this some sort of reusable component that I could use over and over. In this a bad use case, and I had it's probably be something more likely a button or logo or a certain style that you can have to going on your project. But for your our example, this will do if I want to create a reasonable symbol out of this element, though I would roll all the way over to the left and down between my asset and my layers. I have an asset panel, and it's here. There's few things I can do while I'm here in my asset panel. I could probably create a reusable color. We have a border color and the fill color that are both a part of now that the rest of this design, and I can always come back and reuse those styles. I can also create a reusable symbol, and I can rename this symbol. I can call block because this what it looks like to me, and anything, and anytime I want another one of these, I could either option to drag, and this could either option drag another one out, or I could drag one from my asset panel. And there's like this, it's a nice visual representation of all your reusable components in your project, and it's really nice symbol work in a very interesting way, I will say. You just take any of the represented symbols on the canvas, and you can change the properties with the color, and will change the size of this, right? And I can also double click and change the size of the element. When I do that, it changes every symbol, not only on the canvas but also the symbol panel. So yeah, so that's kind of interesting. So now we have changed the size of our symbol, and maybe we want to have that color into our colors. We also have character styles, so I can use my text tool. I just drag out some text and say let's just write headline, and let's choose a headline and just drag out some text and say let's just write a headline, and let's choose a headline, like maybe we will all grab a fedora or bold, or let's make the size little big, and maybe even make it little more bold. Yeah, and our headline still something like 60, and then we can take the character style and we can take that headline into our character style, and we can add it into our character style panel, and we can rename like, and we can take the character style and we can add it into our character style panel, and we can rename this, like maybe we want this just to be like H1. And so we have a headlining, and anytime we have like two new text, we could start when typing anything like, see, with kind of text that I was using, I can apply that character style simply by clicking on my new and text and double clicking on my character style, and home, and we have our headline style has been applied on one thing. And I really enjoying is if you have a multiple of those styles or multiple of those symbols on a page or across different canvas, you can right click and highlight all of them on every canvas throughout your entire project. That's really really cool as well. The fifth thing we are going to talking about Adobe XD is, in my opinion, uh, one of its coolest features, and that's its ability to repeat grids and speed up the design process with its repeatable grid features. I have now created what I consider to be a reusable component. I'm going to click back over to my layers view, and I'm going to group it together. I'm just going to call that card. Okay. Now I'm going to group that together. I'm just going to call that card. Okay. And now I want to perhaps make lots of these cards and then added the spacing and how they all work together, like all at one time instead of duplicating again and duplicating. Instead, I can just click on the element I want to duplicate and head over to my properties. After dragging down, and all the copies of it appear, and now we can have multiple copies that are being controlled by our grid. We can just kind of fix them, like, and that if we want to change or edit the spacing that we have of our cards in between from one to another, we can literally just double click and we can roll over those margin areas, and we can grab and just kind of stretch out to our liking. So now And this feature is very extremely enjoyable. I think it's really speed up kind of the rapid prototyping aspects of design, as well as some of that tedious kind of back and forth of spacing things. You don't have to do that because all these taken care of right here in our repeat grid function. The next thing we need to talk about is prototyping. It's a kind of big deal in XD. It's so big, it has its own tab up the top of the left and to the right of the design. Now we are in the prototype tab, and prototyping is really easy. You literally just gonna click on any sort of element that you want to, like for instance, for our cards, or for the triangle, or for the circle. I'm going to grab the tab and I just connect it to, and you're gonna set it any type of trigger. For instance, I'm putting the trigger as a tab, and animation should be like, I will choose only auto animate, and this one back to this. For this we have to see whether is it working or not. First we will tap on this, and we have the play button over here, so the thing it will pop out. And when the thing we have putting on the trigger as by tapping, when we will tap on the circle, the next page of the iPad is coming after the iPhone 14 Pro to the iPad 1. So our final point, it's all about sharing. Sharing is creating, and as the is all about sharing, and so we are not we are in our prototype view right now. It doesn't matter if you are in your design or prototype, the share icon will always show up in the very top right, and by clicking I can publish the prototypes and publish some design space, manage my public links. But first thing we are to do, publish our prototype. We are gonna allow.
Ever come across apps that may not be the most feature rich but are just so well designed that you can't help but use regularly? To generate such high functionality, UI UX designers play a crucial role in creating user-friendly and visually appealing digital products such as websites and mobile apps. Additionally, the increasing use of digital products in everyday life had led to high demands for UI UX designers, making them valuable assets in many industries. You are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video about how to become UI and UX designer. And if you are a tech geek, here is a brain teaser for you. User interface design implemented is an iterative process that draws on predefined design principles. Is it true or false? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit that subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session on what makes UI UX easy to use. Well, UI UX designers aim to create products that are easy to use by following several principles, such as keeping interface simple and using consistent design patterns, designing interfaces that provide clear feedback, following accessibility guidelines, and continuously testing the product with users to get feedback and make changes accordingly. By following these principles and the best practices, UI UX designers can create products that are user-friendly and meet the needs of their target audience. So now that we have understood how UI UX is easy to use, we will now explore their importance. UI UX design is crucial for success of any digital product. For example, the UI UX design of Instagram stories emphasizes simplicity, creativity, and ease of use, allowing users to quickly and effectively share their experience with others. Various creative tools for adding text, stickers, filters, and more to enhance the visual appeal of stories. Also, it determines how enjoyable it is for users to interact with the product. A well-designed UI UX can distinguish between a widely adopted product and a quickly abandoned one. But why UI and UX? UI UX is important because it directly impacts a user experience with the product. A well-designed UI UX can make a product easy to use, visually appealing, and provide a seamless experience for the users. This can lead to increased users' engagement and satisfaction and even drive sales. In short, a good UI UX can make the difference between a product that is successful and one that is not. A poor UI UX can lead to frustration, confusion, and ultimately users abandoning the product. Additionally, it's also a way of differentiating your product from competitors, as a well-designed UI UX can make it stand out in the market. Now that we have covered all the basics of UI UX, next, let's discuss the salary for both UI and UX designers. The salary for a UI UX designer can vary widely depending on the factors such as location, experience, and the specific company or industry. However, here are some approximate salary ranges for UI UX designers in India and the US. UI UX designers' salaries in India ranges from 2.1 lakh to 15.0 lakh per annum, with an average annual salary of 5.5 lakhs. And talking about the US, a UI UX designer's annual salary is approximately $98,000. The employment situation for them is stable and expanding. But what kind of role should UI UX designers aim for? UI UX designers play different but complementary roles in the design and development of digital products. UI designers are responsible for products, visual design and layout, including the layout of buttons, menus, and other interactive elements. They create the overall look and feel of the product and ensure that it is visually appealing and easy to navigate. UX designers, on the other hand, focus on the overall user experience of a product. They conduct user research, testing, and analyze to understand the needs and behaviors of users. They use this information to create wireframes, prototypes, and user flows that will guide the development of the product. They also ensure that the product is easy to use and efficient. In summary, UI designer focus on the visual design and layout of the product, while UX designer focus on the user experience and usability of the product. Both roles have worked together to create a digital product that is visually appealing, easy to use, and provides a great user experience. Now that we have talked about the role, let's explore the roadmap for becoming a UI UX designer. The first one is learn the fundamentals of design. Study design principles such as layout, typography, color theory, and user experience. And the second is get familiar with design tools. Learn to use popular tools such as Adobe XD, Sketch, Figma, and InVision. And the third one is build a portfolio. Create a portfolio of your design work to showcase your skills and abilities to potential employers. The next one is network. Attend design events, meet other designers, and join online design communities to learn about new design trends and technologies. The next one is keep learning. Stay updated on the latest design trends and technologies by taking online classes, attending workshops, and reading design blogs and books. The next one is specialize. Decide on a specific area of UI UX design in which you want to specialize, such as mobile design or web design. Continual learning and development as a field of design is constantly changing and evolving. It's important to keep learning and staying updated with the latest design trends and technologies. And the last one is certification. If you want to demonstrate your skills and knowledge in a specific UI UX design area, consider obtaining a certification. Up next, we will see the skills required to become UI UX designer. Now, to become a UI UX designer, one must possess technical and creative skills. These include strong understanding of design principles, including layout, color theory, typography, and user-centered design. Knowledge of user research and user testing method of understanding users' requirement. Strong communication skills to effectively present and explain design decisions through stakeholders. Understanding web development technologies and ability to design for various platforms including desktop, mobile, and web. Strong problem-solving skills to create effective and efficient design that meet users' needs. Knowledge of accessibility and inclusive design principle ensures the design is accessible to all users. Continuous learning and keeping up with new design trends and technological advancements. In summary, UI UX designers must have a blend of technical and creative skills, a deep understanding of design principles, a user-centered design approach, and the ability to learn and adapt to new technologies and trends constantly. Now we'll see what tools are required or what tools are commonly used in UI UX designing. So the first one is Sketch or Adobe XD. These tools are used to create wireframes, mockups, and user interface prototypes. XD. This prototyping tool allows designers to create interactive wireframes and prototypes. InVision. This is also a prototyping tool that allows designers to create interactive wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. Figma. This is a cloud-based design tool that allows for collaboration among multiple team members and can be used for creating wireframes, mockups, and prototypes. User testing. This tool allows designers to conduct user research and testing to gather feedback on their designs. These are some common tools used in UI/UX design, but the specific tools used will depend on the project and the designer's preference. Let's discuss what practices are needed for UI/UX designers. Becoming a UI/UX designer requires education and practical experience. A strong foundation in design is essential. To gain practical experience, designers can participate in internship or freelance projects. Additionally, it's important to stay up to date with the latest design trends, for example, the dark mode concept, tools and technologies to ensure you can deliver design that meets the need of the modern digital landscape. Participating in design communities, attending conferences and workshops, and taking online courses can keep your skills sharp. The ability to cooperate and communicate with cross-functional teams, such as developers, product managers, and stakeholders, is another requirement for UI/UX designers. Next, we will see portfolio for UI/UX design that needs to include. A UI/UX design portfolio is a collection of a digitally made showcase of past designers' skills and abilities in designing user interfaces and user experience for various digital products, such as websites, mobile apps, and software. It demonstrates a designer's design process, problem-solving skills, and ability to create user-centered designs. Having a portfolio is important because it helps designers to effectively communicate with their work and skills to potential clients or employers, and it allows them to stand out in a competitive job market. Example of your best UI or UX work should be included in your portfolio, along with a summary of your professional background and a landing page that makes it simple for hiring managers and recruiters to find what they are looking for. 3 main things your UI/UX portfolio should include: an attractive landing page, a few case studies, and work history. Here is an example for you. Nia Watkins is a UX designer. Many of the obvious checkboxes are checked in her UX portfolio, including clear design, navigation, and well-organized case studies. However, Nia's About section is what really makes her UX portfolio stand out. Now, when someone is viewing your UX portfolio, they might not immediately look at your About Me page. However, if they manage to get that far, it is a crucial chance for you to share your story and say something noteworthy. Nia accomplishes this in just 4 condensed paragraphs. She begins by clearly stating who she is and what she does. Then she describes her previous work and how it influenced her decision to pursue a career in design. Nia talks about how she encountered ineffective, poorly designed websites while working in civil service and frequently had no use creative solution to save time, energy, and money. She expresses her view on what makes a good designer, understanding the human experience. Last but not least, Nia shares her hobbies and interests outside of design with us. Nia's About section is strong, unique, and impactful. It is an essential component of her brand and portfolio, not just an afterthought. You may not realize how important your About Me page is. You can definitely take a reference from Nia's portfolio and create a unique About section for yourself that relates a personal, meaningful story about your enthusiasm for user experience. Contains few brief paragraphs about your experience and inform the reader about the person who created the portfolio. Let's take a brief look at companies that hire UI/UX designers. Google, Freelancer, Apple, Amazon, IBM, Microsoft, Facebook, Adobe, Salesforce, Tesla, and Oracle. It is important to research the companies you are interested in, their design philosophy, and the type of products they design to ensure a good match with your skills and interests. After looking at the companies that hire UI/UX designer, we will see how to apply for this job. So you can follow these steps to apply for a job in UI/UX design. Update your portfolio and resume to reflect your abilities better. Investigate potential employers and job posting in the industry. Personalize your cover letter and resume for each position you can apply, and network with others in the field to obtain recommendation or connections. By practicing and showcasing your design process and problem-solving abilities, you can get ready for the interview. Now at the last, we will discuss some tips for interview. Know the company and the role. Research the company, its product, and specific role you are interviewing for. Show your portfolio. Have a strong portfolio that showcases your design skills and process. Understand the design process. Be able to explain the design process you created and how you approach solving design problems. Be familiar with industry tools. Know the most commonly used design tools and be able to explain why you are using them. Know the user-centered design principle. Be familiar with user-centered design principle and be able to apply them to real-world scenarios. Stay up to date. Be knowledgeable about current design trends and technologies. Be yourself, show your personality, and let your passion for design shine through. Gathering user requirements, creating graphic elements, and creating navigational components are all duties of a UI/UX designer. Therefore, in order to succeed in this role, you should have a prior experience using design software and wireframes tool.
Nowadays, a resume is an essential tool when looking for a new job. The resume has overtaken all other requirements on the modern job marketing regarding what prospective employers look for. Instead of taking interview first, the resume is what impresses employers. This article will show you how to create a stylish and catchy resume in Canva CV template that accurately convey your work's experience. So here we come with the steps to create the Canva CV templates. So the first step is to select the templates and go to the Canva first, and you have to sign in with it, and you have a template option over here next to home, and you have to click it. You will enter to the template page of Canva and you will write resume over the search bar and select the desired resume according to your choice and find your ideal template for your resume by scrolling up. And once you search the resume, you will see millions of resume templates available in this Canva, so you can choose according to your needs. So we are creating a Canva template, so we will choose a blank page. So first we will take a frame, circle frame. So that you can put your picture in this circle. So let's take a picture of a girl. Let's take this. Yeah. Now let's take an rectangle. Bring in front. We will change the color for this. Let's take a light color. Make it a little big. So in this, you can keep your name and your designation to highlight it in the resume. So first, so I have highlighted the name as Sam given, and she is a graphic designer. So I have highlighted this. We can make it bold and little bigger. We can change the color font. Okay. Now after selecting the picture and highlighting the name, we will customize the background. Now we are in the Canva home page with the selected template and we can customize it. Changing the background color is a good place to start with customization. To select the background of a template, you have to double click on it and you can have a small box on the left of the panel and you can select any of the color. Let's take this color. And you can pick any of them to include on your resume. And now we will see the header and the contact information. This section contains your name, designation with some personal information like email, date of birth, and any other social media links like LinkedIn, etc. So we will write it over here. So here I added the information with the header with the contact information of a user. So here I'm adding the contact number with the email ID and the location with the links like LinkedIn or something, the websites that she is or the user is on. Next, we can add the summary statement or the career objects. Like this section contains a small description of your career objectives in this field. For example, your expectation towards the company. So we will design it over here. So here I have designed with the colors. Suppose we can change the color for this also. I have put it the light sky color, or you can keep any color. Let's take this color. Yeah. So after professional profiles, after adding this summary statement, Now we have to add the additions, educations and the skills. This section contains the details of your educations and soft and hard skills. For example, BE, BSc, BTech or etc. So let's add it over here. So here I'm adding the educations and the skills of the expertise skills, that is web designing, creative thinking, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrators and etc. And for the education also I am putting the masters in arts and illustrations and BA in arts or illustrations. So next we will add the certification, hobbies, interests or projects. Like this section will contains additional information about your habits, projects, etc. For example, hobbies like playing cricket, etc. We will mention it with the stars, or we can mention it with the dots, or we can with the poll, how much the language you know. So here I have mentioned the certification or the hobbies, interests or the projects, like the language also, like how much she knows the language of English, like she knows I have written it by, I have mentioned it by the dots, like how much out of 5 she knows, almost 4, or out of 5 she knows only 3 for the French and etc. And for the interest, she's interested in traveling or reading books. So this part is of the certification, hobbies and interests and the projects. So the next one is the work experience. This section contains the details of your previous work experience, like your role and responsibilities in that company. For example, system engineer and you having experience in that, so we will keep that in this section. So here I mentioned the experience for the users where she worked before, present or before that also I have mentioned it over here. So that wraps up our tutorial on how to build a Canva CV templates, and the final output of the resume is this. Or we can make it more attractive with the different colors. We can use it like, as I have chosen the rectangle, we will keep it over here. 1 minute. Send backward. And we can change the color for this. Let's pick some colors like so let's bring it there. From this side also we will increase a bit. Yeah. Similarly, we can apply it to the right side also. We can copy them. Yeah. So this is the final output for our resume template in Canva that we have created, where we have wrap up with the profile picture of the user with the name and the designation in highlights. After that, we have come with the header with the contact information, where we put all the information of the user. After that, we put the professional profile, where we are putting what the expectation from the company and the expertise skills of the user, and the educations of the users, masters or BA or something else, are with the interest and the language. And after that, we have mentioned the header with the contact information, and after that we have mentioned the summary statement and the career objects with the educations and skills. And after that, I have put it the work experience of the users, and the final I have mentioned the certifications if we'd have, or the hobbies and the interests and the projects.
So to start off with, let's understand the top UI and UX tools to master in 2022. And the first one is Adobe XD. All the graphic designers are familiar with the Adobe industry's leading software, including Illustrators and the Photoshops. These Adobe XD cloud products are beneficial to the UI and UX designers. Photoshops can be used to modify, composite, and produce visual content such as arts and graphics. Some of its features are they can change the master component, then distribute it throughout the company. And it is perfect for designers in huge business and the organizations with the necessity for asset uniformity. And it is good for prototyping and designing. and it works on Mac OS and Windows. Next one is Sketch. In order to create high-quality prototypes and the interfaces with just an intermediate preview on the mobile devices, Sketch has become a common UX tool. It has an icon that makes it easier to construct UI elements for reuse. With the help of these capabilities, it is possible to create design systems and uphold consistency in interface design. Some of its features are user can generate mockup using these design and prototype tools and share them with the group for the feedbacks. To get an accurate knowledge of the final product, they can add photographs and edit the text. And it is good for prototyping and designing, and it works on Mac. The third one is InVision Studio. It is a set of 3 UI and UX tools that offers user a centralized workspace for the collaboration and quick screen design prototyping. All the prototypes, sketches, and the designs are accessible in one place. So thanks to InVision Cloud. Communication is also made simpler through InVision Studio, and they can get intermediate input and stay informed about the document's modification at every stage. Some of its features are the Studio platform provides a simple method for quickly producing responsive design for the any screen, as well as the ability to quickly test a user experience with the vector-based drawing capabilities. It mimics users' navigation by animating screen changes, and it is good for prototyping and UI designing, and it works on Mac OS. The next one is Figma. It is one of the top UI design programs. It features a drag and drop user interface designers that enables cross-organization collaboration. One of the few UX solutions that unites designers, developers, and project managers is Figma. Some of its features are it takes pride in being an organization's single source of truth. You can upload approved reusable elements, icons, fonts, and style. Team members can check code as well as extract the key role. And it is good for designing, and it works on browser, macOS, and Windows. The next one is Framer X. One of the most powerful UX tool is Framer, which was formerly known as a Framer X. It provides demonstration of a future product's functionality and performance that are so close to reality as possible. Professional UI designers aiming to produce amazing prototypes that should consider using Framer. Some of its features are it provides collaborative early stage creation input from the JavaScript, and it supports the development of complex and advanced prototypes, including the projects for augmented reality and virtual reality. It aids in the establishing minor yet important transitions, and it is good for prototyping, and it works on browser and macOS. And the sixth one is FlowMap. It is another specialized UX tool that makes it onto our list. The tool works best for IAS, sitemaps, user flow, and websites. Using FlowMap, several teams may see the workflows quickly. When creating a UX strategy, structure, flow, and the sitemaps need to receive a lot of considerations. There are several technologies available that integrate UI and UX tools in a single platform. Some of its features are it is a straightforwarding sitemap tool that facilitates teamwork and the website page construction. Customer personas are created with the help of the persona tool. And it is good for wireframing and web designing. And it works on browser. The next one is Origami Studio. In contrast to other UX design tools like InVision, it is extremely advanced software that's specially for experts. It was originally developed for the Facebook designers, but it is now freely accessible. It has a steep learning curve that makes it a difficult prototyping tool for the new users. And it is one of the most advanced UX tools available, and it creates interaction that are realistic and offer easy sketch integrations. Some of its features are it creates a prototype logic using the patch editors, and it has a substantial fixed library that can be accessed instantly. And the components from the sketch can be copied and pasted without any issues. and it is good for design missions, and it works on Android, macOS, and iOS devices. The next one is Balsamiq. Is among the greatest UI design software and a popular wireframing tool among designers, product managers, and innovators. And it was specially created to make low-fidelity wireframes. Despite its simplicity, this tool is recommended for the UX designers of all the levels to quickly demonstrate the usability of a given website or the applications. Any product manager or business owner trying to put an idea on paper will find Balsamiq to be very much helpful. Some of its features are: it helps in the creation of low-tech wireframes that focus on the utility and the user flow. A drag and drop editor is available to make design quick and easy. And it works on mockup and wireframe and is good for browser, Mac OS, and Windows. The next one is Marvel. Another excellent UI and UX tool is Marvel, which can be used to create a variety of hi-fi and lo-fi wireframes, prototypes, HTML, and CSS handoffs. It is a fantastic tool for polishing the interface for the prototypes and giving it a finished look. The learning curve for this app design tool is quite minimal, and it makes the tool efficient and developing at the interface and creating prototypes. Some of its features are: it provides testing, handoff, and fast prototyping, and it enables you to easily construct pages and even use a prototype to test your design. And it is good for wireframing, animations, and it works on web, Android, and iOS device. And the last one is Exure. The dynamic content, conditional logic, and the adaptable views capabilities of the Exure RP UI design tools allow you to quickly create the prototypes that function similarly to the real things. In order to exchange design with the stakeholders, you may also connect Exure to the well-known design software like Sketch. Some of its features are: you may instantly distribute prototypes with the organization for the intermediate feedback using the built-in Exure cloud capability. It enables UX designers who don't frequently work with the coding to transfer a design to the development team with the full documentation. And it is good for prototyping, and it works on Windows and macOS. Now let's discuss what Figma is and proceed further for the same. Figma is an online tool for designing and editing users and graphics interfaces. It may be used for various graphic design tasks, including wireframe websites, creating users interfaces for the mobile applications, creating design prototypes, creating posts for the social medias, and everything in between. Compared to other graphics editor software, Figma is unique, mostly because it immediately works with your browser. Also, you can begin designing and getting your project from any computer or platform without installations of additional software or acquiring additional licenses. After discussing what is Figma, we will see how to use Figma. It is a web-based application, as we already explained. To begin using the app, you only need a desktop or laptop with a reliable browser and an internet connection. After that, you may sign up for a free account on the Figma websites. Additionally, you may immediately get to work on your designs. With Figma, you may design products from scratch or from pre-made templates using an editor that is incredibly user-friendly for the beginners. There are many sources that are available online to teach you how to use Figma, but learning will be much simpler if you use the lessons we provide below. In the tutorial, I'm going to show you the best way to start practicing designing apps and websites in Figma, and will give you step-by-step instruction you can literally follow click by click. I will only tell you the stuff that you need to get started designing interfaces. So let's get started. So we are going to look at the tool called Figma, and it has a few advantages. But most importantly for you, it's free to get started. If you are working by yourself, we like using it at Smart because it has also really good collaboration, so we can have multiple people working on the same design file at the same time and it's really very fast. It works on any computers, whether you have a Mac, PC, Linux, whatever you have, it works right in the browser. As you're watching the video, if you have any questions about how to do a particular effect in Figma, or any comment or something that you want to recommend, please put it in the comment below. And if you want to find out more tips about UI and UX, make sure to subscribe our YouTube channel so you will never miss an update from Simplilearn. I wanted to start off with the templates. So what I want to do now is create a triangle for my own design, and it will called as frame. So the first tool you need to know about is the frame. Here, or you hit the F on your keyboard, or anything I press will show here in the bottom left corner. So you know exactly what I press to activate a particular tool, and then I can start drawing a size. But I know if I look at the frame here, I click on that, it shows. I can hit F again to go into the frame mode, and then I can select from here a bunch of templates, and I will select iPhone Pro Max, and then it automatically puts in the frame of a particular size, and I will just place here and I will start designing. So let's assume I want some different color background, right? So the easiest way I could accomplish this is I could draw a rectangle. I could do from here, you can see that there is a rectangle tool and it already says like R next to it. So I'm going to hit R on the keyboard and draw a rectangle, right? So I don't want to take it up. I don't need to take up the whole screen. This is fine. Now I can see by default this is dark color, so I will click on it. And so here's, I say whatever, like I can select the color. Fine. To make it more attractive for the right under the position and the dimension. So if I want to change this, this is just in changing Y coordinates, and this is for, sorry, this is for the Y coordinates and this is for the X coordinates. You can see the dragging your cursor, see the cursor turns in just sideways arrows, and I can click and just drag left and right, change these values, or I can type them in the right. I can also change the width and the height. This is the width and this is the height. The right or the corners radius, right? So the rounding effect is there, so I can use that. So with the arrows, this is a rounding effect and corner radius effect. Suppose it must be 29 or 39. 39. And I will keep this also by 39. So we can see this and this corners are giving the round effect. So if I change 0, you will see there is no longer rounded, and if I want to keep the top rounded but not the bottom, then I can change the bottom ones right, and now it looks good. Now the next thing I have to create is the circle. Is from the shape menu. You have an ellipse which you can also use with the letter O on your keyboard. Now by default you will be able to draw any kind of circle with any aspects of ratio. Now let's change the color of the circle. You will often need when designing mobile interfaces, because you will want to have an icon for home screen or something like that, and you can literally Google free Figma icons. After searching, this page will open, and let's say I want to copy this one, and I come back to my file and I will paste the element. And Figma also helps you to with positioning. It automatically centers things, and let's say what I wanted to get an image here for interesting instead of the blank color. So one good website is called Unsplash. Here I just write food and I will get the image. I'll save it. We will copy that and paste it over here. Yeah, I hit the command V to paste, and I just can reposition this. Now the thing that I need to text here, that says non-contact deliveries, and the way I get the text is through the T icon here, and I can just hit the T on my keyboard and text none that deliveries. So we will change the font by double clicking. We will change the font of the text in SF Pro text. Make it little small. So now we will write one paragraph here below. So I will hit the icon T again. We can write something related to our food. and we'll make this font as small. Four, something like, and we'll make it in the mid. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. So for that I will hit the keyboard again with the T. Repeat. Have rectangle for. So now I'm gonna have a button for order now. For that I will have the rectangle. So I will hit R and I'll make one rectangle over here. And make it in the center. I will pick one color for that. If you can steal the corner radius, and so I said order now text. And I will make it in the mid. I will just center this. And make it and let it be white. And this is very easy. And now I will just write another text for dismiss. So starting with a template, we had make our splash first page for the food delivery app in Figma. If you are a web designer or UI/UX designer, you may already be familiar with the Figma and all it can do for you. But did you know that some simple Figma tips and tricks are available to help you with your tasks? And it is a tool that are responsive, quick and simple. Although the tool is simple to use, there are many hidden yet effective features to find. Although if you feel comfortable using it daily, these additional 10 suggestions may improve your workflow. Let's get right to it. The first one is use the scale tool to avoid distortion. The second one, easiest progress ring. Third, drag objects outside of a frame while keeping them inside it. The fourth one is swap the position, tidy up and organize the grid. Fifth, duplicate the last action. The sixth one is preview a color with the eyedropper. 7. Fix the line height in seconds. 8th, create the square cells with ease. 9th, control the reels and unsplash. And the last one, more tricks with spacebar. Let's get into in details. So the first one is use the scale tool to avoid distortion. With the scale tool, you can keep your design pixel perfect, and to use it, choose what you want to scale, press K on the keyboard and drag. This tool is extremely flexible and has several benefits. Firstly, adjust an object size is simple without picking it up a key. Second, you may adjust the sizes of several items at once with the free transform tool. Third, you may rotate an item using the free transform tool. Among the most crucial design concern is scale, which needs to be given great thought in each project. And the next one is easiest progress ring. Figma is a great application for designing rings, since it has many tools and features that makes it simple to construct beautiful patterns. These are helpful for reminding users to carry out the desired action or for letting them know how much of a product or plan still they have left. And in Figma, you must first create a new file, and to begin, select Create New File from the screen upper left corner menu. In the menu or the left side of the screen, select the shapes. That will be the tool. Doing this will appear in the menu of several forms you may use in your design. We advise utilizing the circle from the rings. And the next one is drag objects outside of a frame while keeping them inside it. An object can be dragged so far. Any object can attempt to drag off the canvas while immediately log back into the position. To keep an object inside a container while dragging it outside of a frame, hold down the spacebar. In order to view the object while it is outside of the container, you may also disable Clip Contents for the frame that includes the item. And the next one is swap position, tidy up and organize the grid. Organize your design by selecting numerous objects in an array and then clicking the grid symbols in the corner. As a result, every object spacing is equalized and you may drag items to rearrange them and change their spacing. And the fifth one is duplicate the last action. By choosing the item in Figma, hitting the keyword Ctrl+D, that is Windows or macOS, and then dragging the copy to the desired area, you can copy an object several times. Additionally, you can use the duplicate menu option under the edit menu. Use the replicate menu or the command to copy an item many times in the grid or the pattern. And the next one is preview a color with the eyedropper. You may paint over text, layers, strokes, and other vectors object with the color picker. The eyedropper tool allows you to add color samples from anywhere in a picture to your element panels. To acquire the desired effect, adjust the tool setting like sample size and sample using the option bar. Select the color you wish to view by clicking. Apply solid fills, gradients, or pictures using the color picker. In addition, you may use the blend modes to modify a color saturation or opacity. And the next one is fix line height in seconds. When you input auto or remove the current value from the line height box, your line height automatically adjusts if it appears weird and you don't have a specific value. Using the leading setting in the text section of the inspectors panel is a second technique to modify the line height in Figma. You may enter a number or a percentage to specify the distance between the line of a text in this option. And the next one is creating square cell with ease. Do you know how iOS app icons are shaped? They don't resemble typical rounded rectangles, they resemble square cells. In between a square and a circle, a square cell is a form. The term square cell has at least two meanings, the most popular among which is based just on the square ellipse, a combination of terms square and circle, the word squares. In UI design, this kind of form is becoming more and more common. How to make a shape like this in Figma? It is incredibly easy. The square cell is in between a circle and square. And the next one is control reels and unsplash. Two essential plugins to save the time are Content Reel and Unsplash. Avatars, names, and address and much more can be added to your design with just one click. And thanks to Content Reel. A free resource for high-quality graphics is Unsplash. When creating a new file in Figma, choose New from Unsplash to use Unsplash images. This will launch a photo library that you can look through and utilize it for your design. And the last one is more tricks with the spacebar. You may also set aside space as you sketch a form so that you can reposition the object afterward. Pressing the spacebar will cause Figma to immediately transfer the item into an auto frame or design if it is sufficient, and can be used in the place of nesting. A spacebar is a great tool to expand the selection size of your pointer. Drag a selection region and then hold down the spacebar. You may also hold down the spacebar while sketching a form to move the items around. And in addition, you may also use the spacebar to prevent the Figma from automatically nesting items inside the frames.
Figma is a great tool for prototyping in UI and UX design that allows you to create an interactive flow and that allows users to interact with your design. Prototyping is important for different reasons, setting the workflow for the new users and examine and getting feedback from users. So now we will see what is prototyping. Prototyping is important for many reasons, and you can examine new users' workflow. Prototyping is what allows designers to design. In the era of digital products, prototyping is the interactions between the users and the interface. Prototyping is the process of how the final product works, and this allows the product team to test their design. After understanding what is Figma and prototyping, we will see how prototyping works in Figma. So the first one is we can add prototype flows, add interaction, fix position, add overflow scrolling, and how to present and share prototype. So the first one is add prototype flows. In the Figma file, you can have one or more than one prototype flows on each page, and they should have their starting point and unique name. Select the first frame you want to appear in your flow and then click the add icon right to the flow starting point. And after adding, you can rename the flow by clicking on the name input, and can add a description by using the point by clicking the delete icon next to the flow starting point. And the next one is add interaction. Interactions are used to build a prototype and can be used to show a different behavior, a pattern of navigation, and outcomes. And they work by connecting two different layers, and then we'll examine how these two layers will interact with each other by adding animations, act, and triggers. Interactions can be simple and easy, but sometimes it's more complex too, as animated elements move and change their properties. Interactions can be done in 3 steps: instant interaction, animated interactions, and the smart animated interaction. So the first one is instant interaction. Use instant interaction animation to let the action to be taken and placed without movement or effect. It will be helpful to navigate between the pages or model. Example, navigation between the pages. With an instant animation, you can navigate by just tapping a button. The next one is animated interaction. Use animations to add movements in interaction that helps move in, move out, slide in, slide out, etc. Use different features that are available. And the last one is smart animated. Use smart animations to examine matching layers on different frames and animate their differences. These differences can include a change in color, size, and position. Fix position. Fix the position of an element in the prototype so that it will easy to stay in the same place while scrolling. And it is helpful for the element that wish to be in the view. Example, navigation for top and bottom. Configure the design panel set. The next one is add overflow scrolling. It allows scrolling through each frame inside the prototype. It is very helpful for prototyping components or UI region that have their own property of scrolling. Example, menus, table, lists, etc. And it is important to have a frame with content overflow while using overflow scrolling. And the next one is how to present and share prototype. First, select the icon, present icon near the top toolbar that presents the prototype. And if there are multiple flows on a single page, switch them between the sidebar. And here comments can be mentioned as notes, tasks, and questions, although you can leave feedback too. Prototyping can be shared by clicking on Shared Prototype in the presentation toolbar. After understanding how prototyping works in Figma, we will see how it is useful. Using prototype is a great method. We can use it in user flows and interaction in advance, idea sharing, and improvement. We can get the feedback from the users. And also we can test the users' interactions. And the last one, present your concept to the interested users. You may preview a user's journey and experience with your ideas by creating several flows for your prototype on a single page with Figma's prototyping features. So in this tutorial, we will look at how to create prototyping with Figma. Figma is a powerful design and prototyping tool that you can use for both your UX and UI projects. If you are new to Figma, I recommend you to check out the tutorials I created on how to create mockups in Figma first, which I will link to it in the description below. In this tutorial, we will make some interactive prototype. So we will get started by opening up the Figma file with this wireframe. Here we have few static pages including the home page and the women's category page and the product page. And I will walk you through in this tutorial is how to connect these pages so users can click through just like they would on the real products. So the first thing we want to do is enter the prototype in the Figma. Yeah, and you can do that by clicking on the prototype tab in the top right corner. Now you will notice that nothing really changes except for the content in the right sidebar. Yes, the sidebar. So we will start there. And there are the settings for your prototype. These are the few things you want to change depending on your device or your design. So the first setting that you may want to change here is the device. And device refers to the device that your prototyping is presented in. So in this case, we are designing for the desktop, so we are probably would not want to present these design inside any additional device, I think. So wait, let me do it in that. Yeah. But if you were designing for mobile instance, it would be nice to show these designs. These designs inside an iPhone. But for our case, we will design it for the desktop. So let me back with the none. Okay. Another setting that we want we can change is the background color, and this refers to the background color of our prototype that appears where you are presenting the mode or this present mode. So if I open up, present mode, here is a top right hand corner, right? So I can see the design here. I can see the design here. There are some few margins, these dark margins on the side that are currently look black, and that because here is the background. Another setting that we can have is the background color, and this refers to the background color of the prototype that will appear in your present mode. When you click it in this, and you can present it, and you can have that color of the background. If you are, suppose, this is the color of the background, that is black, and you can change it. So that if we'll do it as a white color, so it's lot more than a natural, feels like there is not that awkward cut or the sides of the design if it is a black color. So let it be white. So yeah. So now that we have set up our prototype and adjusted the settings, then we can actually start the connecting these different screens. And the way you do it is by just creating the connections. So to create the connection, we will actually have to go here to the home page. this is the home page, for instance, right? So, and let's imagine that we want to connect this woman link to the women's category. This is the women's category, right? So a page which is on here, like to do that, I would like to click on the women. You will see that the right of the woman, there is a little white, this one. There's a little white circle appears, and that's what known as a node. And nodes allow you to connect these links to other pages. So if I click on the node and the white circle, yeah, and I will drag it. 1 minute. Yeah, wait. If I'll drag it, yeah, I can now drag to many other pages in this file. So I can drag to this category page, or I can drag to another page which is further on this file. So if I drag it to the category page of this women, you will see that there is a connection created, right? Wait, it's not created, I think. Let me connect it once more. Yeah, it's connected, right? So there is a line revealed here that shows that there when you click on in the women, see, when you click in the women, it's going to take you to the women category page. And another thing that pop up when I created that connection was a little arrow. Yeah, this one here in the top left, and this is known as the starting frame indicator, and allows this, and all these indicators is which a frame of a prototype on, or which one of these screen will be the first screen that people see when they open their prototype, right? So right now it's set to the home page, but if I wanted to change as it, I would just click it on the arrow and drag and then change it to another screen. So in this case, when people open your prototype, they will start on the women category page. But in our case, we actually want users to start on the home page. So I will click that arrow again and drag it back to the home page. Yeah. So now let's create another connection. So currently we are having a connection from the home page to the women's category link, to the women's category page, right? But now let's create a way for users to get back from women's category page to the home page. So what we want to do is just select nice issue, and then you can see the node appear right here to the right. You will want to click in on that node and drag it over, 1 minute, and drag it over to the home page, so that let me connect it with here. Yeah, so that way when the users on the same on when the users on the nicey shoes logo, it will take them to the back to the home page of the women's category. That will be this one. So before we create more connections here in our own prototype, let's make sure that the connections are already created, are working correctly. So to do that and to preview your prototype, what you do have to do, you have to go to the right of the corner, and there is a play button. So it will open it up. Yeah, right. Present mode. This is known as the present mode, right? And you have already looked at the screen previously, and there is your actual prototype, and this is what you did. You want to share with your users, client, teammates, etc. So in this present mode, there are few things to know. We will see the present mode is just another tab, right, in your Figma file. So if you want to go back to your design, you just click on the tab to the left of you can go, yeah, this one, and to the another tab to the right side, and enter present mode again, and you can do the present mode again, right? And what's really nice about this present mode is that it updates automatically as you update any as you update any of your prototype. Here in the left, This tab here just updates automatically. You don't have to keep opening up a new prototype every time you want to preview something. So in your case, you want to preview all of the connection we just created. So to do that, we just have to click anywhere. So you will see that the little a little rectangle appears overlaying in the women. So, and that's what are known as a hotspot, and that indicates that there is an interactive element that we have to click and we can click on. So if we go ahead and click, as we already clicked on the women elements, we can women, that takes us to the women's category page, and this is the category page, right? Scroll down and this page, check out the content like a normal website, and then we can also want to click again to see if there is any other hotspot in this page. So yeah, so if we click here, we will see there is a hotspot on the logo, which is we know as we created, and that will take us back to the same page if we'll click on that. Yeah, so it's look like both our connections are working correctly, right? Let's create few more. Okay. The next connection we want to make is okay. Sorry. The next connection I will want to make is from women's category page, right, to the product page, product details. And where we want to add the connection is here to the button. Suppose button in the top kicks for the women's as a specific product, right? Product name. Top kicks for women. So I could just go ahead and select the image and drag the node and bring it over to the product page, right? But what I actually want to do is to make this whole card clickable. So this image here, or this block, and then this title as well as. So to do that, what I want to do is select both the elements here and then hit the Control G. 1 minute. Yeah. On the window. Okay. You have to hit the Control G on the window, and what that does that will group both the elements together and create one single node for this entire group. So now this whole card is clickable and uses just the rectangle, and now I can take this node, and drag it over to the product detail page, right? And we will see that there is a connection now. And now when it go back into previous mode, I will go over to the women page, scroll down, let's wait. Yeah. And when we scroll down, and if I click anywhere, yeah, here is the prototype. I will see that the hotspot is for the entire card. So I can go ahead and click that, and that takes it to the product page. This is the product page. So the next thing I want to do is give users way back to the women's category page. So actually I want to include a link right here. So yes, connecting that link back to the women's category page. Or to do so that, I will go back to our design file, and then I will select this women here by double clicking on that. Yeah, when I select the women, the selection box or this boundary box is actually pretty large, and I will show you what that means when we go to our prototype. So if I click in on that node and will connect it to the women's category page, I will zoom out. See, yeah. So you can see what when we go back to the prototype, that the selection box is actually the same as our hotspot. Yeah, is actually pretty large, as well as it would be fine for the most cases that prototype fine in this cases, because it's just a couple of pages. And we are just linking back and forth. But if you had a more complex prototype where you want to include a link on women's and then another link on a sneakers, that's really wouldn't work. So to fix this and to make this hotspot slightly smaller, what you do, you have to go back to your design file, and then we have just click to drag the selection on women's here. You have to drag it slowly and make sure it only covers the women link. And now when you go back to our prototype, we can click anywhere. You can see that the prototyping, let's wait 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, actually, yeah, after prototype, we click anywhere. We can see that the hotspot is exactly at the size of the women legs and the sneakers below, right? So last connection that I want to make here is a connection from the product page, this product page, which is page product page, which is the page where on the back on the home page. So to do that, I will create a connection here on the logo of nice shoe. Yeah, logo that links back to the home page. So we will go over this design file. Design file is this one. Yeah, I will could just select the nice shoe logo, drag it over to the home page. But I'm actually going to show you a trick to speed up this process of creating connections, especially when it comes to navigation element. So what can I do is go to another page, and I can select this element and then simply paste it into another page. So first I will copy this. And now we will notice that when I paste it, it actually pastes the connection as well as see this one. And it keeps this one too, so you have a connection on the women's category page which made before. And we have this new one in the product page, and this is amazing, especially when you are working with things like menus, because when you have menus with 10 different links that you want to do that each page and create more connections, like to do on each one of your link. Instead, you can just copy, and you can copy the entire menu, paste it on the new page, and those connections will already be made. And now we will look at how to edit your prototype. In other words, edit some of the connection that you already made. Yeah. Doing this in Figma is super straightforwarding. All like you have to do is click on one of the connection. So in the first case, the connection from women's to women's category page, this one category page, I will click on that. Yeah, and now you have a few options or what call interaction details on this specific connection, and there appears a little pop-up here to the right called interactions details. And there are a few things that you can do here is when you can manually change what screen you're navigating to. So for that, if you are for the instance, I could choose product page instead of women, right? Which I will touch on briefly, but few cool features that Figma has to offer. So first off, animations between the screens. So when I click on this link, and that makes me to the let's make me to the category of women's category page. This is the animation or the transition that happens between these two screens. So right now it's set to instance. So yeah, the animation, it sets to instance. So you can see when I click on the women, so instantly it's taking me to the women's category. But I could actually change that to something like dissolve. I want that is instead of but just flashing to the women's category page, there is actually a nice dissolve transitions. Let's click in on this. Yes, this one. That's a dissolve transitions between the screens, and this is just one basic animation style, but Figma has a few more advanced features that are really amazing actually. So if you choose smart animations, for instance, let's see for the dissolve. Yeah, suddenly it dissolves, right? That effect. And actually, if you choose a smart animation, for instance, let's choose. Okay, so we set it as a smart animation. Let's play. And if I hit the women, there's a smart animations. For instance, if I hit the women, it will go with the smart animation of instance. And if you can see that some elements start to shift, and that was not very smooth because these were not a lot of common elements from page to page. But if I do something like that, takes so the women page, duplicate that, and then we'll actually make this duplicate. 1 minute. And if I change this, changes to the man, make it a little small, and then pen, repeat, then men to this page, and I will connect this. And if I link men to this new page, and now I preview this, let me connect it with this. And see, it's set to smart animate already. If I preview this, let's preview this one. Here what I looks like is, so as you can see that the line automatically animate. See, and its menu link in the case if it is also gets smaller, I mean that what smart animation can does, that's really basic example. And it gets a lot more complex when you are working with different elements, but it's really a quick way to create transitions between the screen, and it works especially when things like an app where you are pulling up sheets or pop-up. Yeah, Figma offers some amazing features when it comes to animations, and it's really powerful. So I definitely encourage you to play around with some of these features in the interaction details panel. So the next thing I want to talk about here is how to share your prototype. So you might want to share your prototype with a client or a teammate that involved on the project. And to do that in the Figma, it's actually super straightforward. And so the first thing you want to do is you open your present mode. If it is not open, then you can click it on the right side of this one, or otherwise we already opened the prototyping present mode. So you could know that when you open up this tab, you already open, then you have to hit the share prototype. Now your important note that you make sure you are not hitting share from the actual design file, because in this case you had to share a design file, not the prototype. So when you are sharing just prototype, make sure you are not doing it from present mode. So will you go ahead and hit this share, then repeat and hit share prototype, and that gives us a few options, right? So the first option is to invite access. And you can do that by entering email here or here, and just they will get an invitation to the prototype, and they will get open that up with that. That's one way to do it. But the way I actually prefer to share out your prototype is by hitting this copy link option, and then just open copies a link to your clipboard to this prototype that can share out in the message or the personal message or by email or by FB or Facebook messages, or really whatever you want. Yeah, but just to mindful that if you are doing this copy link method, I guess you want to make sure that this is set to anyone with a link, because if it's set to only people invited to this file, when someone receiving that links and they are not invited to this file, they may not be able to open it. So if you are sharing out your link, make sure you set it to anyone with a link. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and if you are interested to learning about more UX or becoming a UX designer, please check out the link below for the UX design, and we will cover the fundamentals of UX design. Let's say you are creating a poster for a school event. For that, you need to design a poster by choosing various assets. To edit an image, we need a Photoshop. For creating books, magazines, and brochures, InDesign is there. And if you require different pictures, then there are many stock photo sites with a collection of templates. Rather than navigation to so many platforms, for these tasks, we present you Canva, the one-stop solution that combines not only these editing but also publishing tools that provides an online design platform. So hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today in this video on Canva tutorial for beginners, we will showcase Canva tools for designing. But do you know that UI UX expert use Canva too? So if you want to learn UI UX expert in 5 months and attend masterclasses from the top faculty of IIT Bangalore, consider our advanced certifications in UI UX design course. Check out the link in the description for more details. And if you are a geek, here is a brain teaser for you. Which country uses Canva the most? Is it Australia, Japan, United States, or Russia? Let us know your answer below and get a heart from Simplilearn. Without any further delay, let's get started with the session by taking a quick look at what you are going to learn. We start by introducing what Canva is and what makes Canva so popular. We then take a deep dive into some of its features. Finally, we look at where Canva is used along with its pricing. And also, we will create a poster for the school. So let's take an overview about Canva. Canva is a platform with a graphic design that provides user with the tools and resources to create visually appealing design for various purposes. Canva users can create professional-looking graphics, social media posts, presentation, and marketing material, among other things. Canva is a popular graphic design tool where users can create visual content of a wide range of templates, customizable design, collaboration, and cost-effective. Now that we have a good understanding of what Canva is and what makes Canva so popular, let's take a deep dive into some of its features. And we know Canva is a popular online graphic design tool that derives some of its key features include the first one is user-friendly interface, free and paid plans, social media integration, customization option, design elements, and it has inbuilt and comprehensive image library. Overall, Canva is a versatile and user-friendly tool ideal for creating professional-looking design quickly and easily. Moving ahead, a deep dive into where Canva is used. So Canva is used by businesses, marketers, educators, and bloggers, and individuals who need to create high-quality visual content for their brand or personal projects. With its user-friendly interface and extensive features, Canva has become a popular tool for creating visually appealing design for various purposes. Finally, the pricing for the Canva. Canva offers both free and free plans. Here are details of each plan. For the free plans, it includes access to Canva's basic features including thousands of templates, photos, and design elements. Users can also collaborate with others and share design. And for the Canva Pro, it is a paid subscription plan that offers for one person only. It is 3,999 rupees per annum. And some of its additional features are their advanced collaboration and team management feature, the ability to create and save brand kits for consistent branding, and the ability to schedule social media posts directly from Canva. And the third one is Canva Enterprise and for the team. It is a custom pricing plan for larger organization, that is for 2+ people. It is 6,590 rupees per annum for the first 5 people. That requires additional features and support, custom branding options, advanced security and compliance features, custom templates and design elements, and advanced analytics and reports are there. In today's tutorial, I'm going to share an in-depth Canva tutorial for beginners. And you will learn everything there is to know, like to start designing your own graphics. And whether you are like to use it for YouTube, Instagram, or other social media channels, it doesn't really matter because Canva offers a great variety of tools and it's free to use as well. After watching this video, you will know how easy it is actually to design with it. So let's do this. So I am bringing you a comprehensive Canva tutorial. And if you have not heard about Canva, it's a free design tool, completely brilliant. It's got tons of different photos, elements, and other graphics for you to use. So in other words, a complete lifesaver in the content marketing world. It's absolutely brilliant for any graphics that you want to design. Whether it's a social media, your website, and blogs, whether it's for any presentation card, invitation card, anything of that nature, Canva will sort you out. So without any further ado, let's do this. Okay, so we will start off with creating an account in Canva, and it's completely free to begin with. So you can sign up either with Google, with Facebook, or traditionally with an email address. Obviously, I have an account already, so I didn't need to do that. So just signing up, and it's super easy, and then we will start designing. All right, first. So in the top left, you have got the main navigation panel, and you have got the returning of the home page, of course, and then you have got the templates, and then obviously categorized into different types. You have got their social media templates, background, birthday, marketing, educators. So there are various different templates for you to browse, and whenever you need something, you can just glaze through it and see what they offer already in Canva. You have got the features. Let's see the features section as well with the photo icons, print, because Canva now offers printing as well. There are different apps you can have to connect it with Canva, and some of the use cases are there with different graphics, charts, video, teams. You can invite your teams, different templates are there. So there is also the learn section, which is super important, especially when you are a beginner. So after you watch this whole video, set up your account, kind of get a feel for what Canva is, I would highly recommend you actually go to the Learn tab and watch some of the kind of videos like how to create top designs, logo maker, flyer maker, and then so that as they say in here, you can see how to learn, how to connect and grow your community. Here, so they have give you quite few different features and tips for you. So the learn section is really important. And I will mention something at the very end of this video as well, a resource for you to learn even more in depth than this video is going to go, but stay tuned, I will explain at the very end. So this is what the Canva homepage looks like. There are quite a few different areas to help you navigate. So I will explain each and every one of those so that you can you know where to go. Certain functionalities over there. So let's start off with the top right panel. You have got your account, so there's where you are, and you can find a change of your account settings. You can set up your profile photos as well and refer your friend, the things of that nature. Then there is a create design button, which I will explain in a moment. You have got the setting in here, the account setting, as well as there is a help center. So let's get back 1 minute. Yes.
So, and one of the most important part is the search bar. You can, once you have signed up for the free Canva account, there are some difference between the basic kind of free Canva and Canva Pro, which I will explain at the end of this video. So make sure to watch till the very end. But at this point, I'm just going to use the free Canva because this is what the majority of people will use and need. So we'll just stick with it, and then at the very end I will explain it or the details. So the first thing we want to start off with is in the middle. Here's the search bar, and I have to say it's one of the quickest way to find any template, any different design with specific dimensions that you need to look for. So for example, if I wanted to quickly create an school poster, so for that I will go to create a design. We'll take a whiteboard, or we can select, okay, I will select the whiteboard, portrait. Okay, then after that we will color the background first. To decorate it, first we will take one frame for that. Let's search more about it. Let's not to select a more designing, like let's select the simple one. Or we can choose another one. After this, we already taken the border, like it is not that designy but simple, and so not that much designy but simple. Let's take a picture. Let's find some pictures regarding school, say board. So as we know, this is a poster for a school. So let's say, let's write one heading, suppose maths Olympiad quiz. Let's change the font for this. Now let's add some elements, some images that I have already installed, I think. To decorate this poster for the school, let's take this medal. You can download these pictures from Google, and you can actually paste it over here. You can download the pictures regarding your topics, whatever you are going to create. So these are the collection that I have installed. Like this, you can add all the pictures, whatever you have downloaded. You can add elements according to your needs. So this is how it looks. This is the final design for the school poster for math Olympiad quiz. So you can add some, if you want, you can add some more pictures over here. You can edit the color for the background. You can pick any frame regarding your posters and your needs. And I have added the medal because it's an Olympiad quiz, and a bag as a design for the school, and some books with the specs and pencil, and it is a Olympiad quiz for the math. So I added the just a
to look attractive, I add this animation of math with the colors and poster over here, one globe is there, and one pencil just to make it more beautiful as it is a school poster. So this is the final poster for the school maths Olympiad quiz. So next we will create an advertisement in the Instagram suppose. So just go to create a design once again, and let's take this, it's already open, so still Instagram poster for square or portrait. Let's see how does it look, what is the size for this. Okay, this is perfect. Let's change the background color. Let's take this and just go to file and show margins. Wait, okay. So after this, choose some elements to make the design look, repeat. So now just choose some elements to make your design look more attractive and beautiful. So we'll add some elements, let's say circle, we did in the mid, change the color for this. Let's take okay, I changed the color for the background. Let's add one element over here. Be little darker in color. Let's suppose this. Yes. Copy this. Make a design with this. Let's make it over here. You can add or adjust any elements according to your needs. So one line over here. Now and you can upload and choose any image. So as I have already downloaded one image of a man, fix it over here, fix it over here. Okay. Adjust the image and just make it look. It's the image and just
added the image with the saturation, let it be 0. Yeah. After that, just add a text to your design. Let's suppose. And always keep in mind that always you have to choose one font in all the design. So you can adjust your letter size with according to your design. Let's choose one. Take one font for all the text. Okay. Let's add another text over here. Just adjust the size. Adjust the size. Let's change the font for this too. Okay. Okay, let's make it look more beautiful. Let's add a text as facts. And always keep the same font. Let's change the color for this. Let it be little darker. It's fine. Now let's add another page. Copy this first. You can paste over here. You can write actually anything, but for the design, let's look. How does it look? Do you know? Then again, you can paste. So actually, we will keep it little down over here. Copy and paste it at the down, as this is a fact 1. So we'll You can add design to carousel your effect. Let's take an element again, or you can copy from here. Let's make a different color. So we have written over here about ChatGPT. We will write something about ChatGPT again over here. We'll adjust it. Let's size big and same font again. The first page, so we will say this as just adjust the size and the alignments of the text. Similarly, you can add another page with the same design with different text. Second, two, and again. You can add any other text over here just for creating and just want to show you how does it work. I'm just making this. Change the color. You can add as many as you want. Change the color for this also. Yeah. So this is how does it. So this is how does it looks. So this is the final output. How does it looks. So next we will create a web page. So let's create a web design for the game FIFA or the football. Let's create it. Let's take a whiteboard. Let's take site line. First, we will choose a background color. Let's give a theme. So I have already installed or downloaded one theme for the football. Let's edit it and make it little. Let's see more if it is there. Yes. I want a background to be little lighter, so okay, this is fine a bit. It's good. So we'll add elements. First we will upload a picture of a man playing football. 1 minute. First part, let's just do this. And we'll create one boundary first. So let's give a background color as we have. After this we will add some lines. Suppose home, align it over here. Before that we'll add one rectangle. Just as a margin. Change the color for this. Will be about section. This will be setting, and let's add one more option. Log and one contact. Match. Pages. This will be contact. After this we will write one text for as a heading. Best game Let's change the font, let's say. Always remember just to keep a same font. Change the color. Also, we will change the color. Let's add an element, suppose ball. Sorry. To highlight it, add some elements. So this is the basic web design. Let's try to change the color for this. No. Okay, this is fine only. So this is a basic idea to create a web design, a simple design, the basic design for a football or a game.
Introduction to Color Theory. Color theory is the cornerstone of effective UI design, influencing how users perceive and interact with digital interfaces. It encompasses the study of color relationships, harmonies, contrasts, and psychological effects. At its core is the color wheel, a visual representation of the primary, secondary, and tertiary colors and their relationships. Understanding the color wheel is vital for creating harmonious color schemes that resonate with users. Color harmony refers to the pleasing combination of colors in a design, achieved through various schemes such as complementary, analogous, and triadic. These schemes play a crucial role in establishing visual coherence and conveying the intended message or mood of the interface. Contrast, another key aspect of color theory, affects readability and accessibility. High contrast between elements enhances clarity, while low contrast offers subtlety and sophistication. Moreover, colors have psychological effects, evoking emotions and associations in users. For instance, red may convey energy or urgency, while blue might evoke calmness or trust. By leveraging the psychological impact of colors, designers can create interfaces that resonate with users on an emotional level. In summary, mastering color theory empowers UI designers to create visually appealing and user friendly interfaces that effectively communicate with and engage their audience. It serves as a powerful tool for crafting experiences that leave a lasting impression and drive user satisfaction. Understanding the color wheel. The color wheel is a fundamental tool in color theory, providing a visual representation of the relationships between colors. It consists of three primary colors, red, blue, and yellow, which cannot be created by mixing other colors. Secondary colors, such as orange, green, and purple, are formed by mixing equal parts of two primary colors. Tertiary colors are further combinations of primary and secondary colors. The arrangement of colors on the wheel is circular, illustrating their relationships and helping designers create harmonious color schemes. One common scheme is complementary colors, which are positioned opposite each other on the wheel and create strong visual contrast when used together. Analogous colors sit adjacent to each other on the wheel and often produce harmonious and cohesive designs. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the wheel and offer a balanced yet vibrant color palette. Understanding the color wheel enables designers to make informed choices about color combinations, ensuring visual balance and impact in their designs. By leveraging the relationships between colors, designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing and effectively communicate with users. Whether designing for websites, mobile apps, or other digital platforms, the color wheel serves as a valuable tool for achieving design excellence. Color harmony in UI design. Color harmony is essential in UI design as it ensures that the combination of colors used in an interface is visually pleasing and coherent. There are several harmony schemes that designers can employ to achieve this goal. 1. Complementary harmony. Complementary colors are located opposite each other on the color wheel, creating strong visual contrast. Example, a UI using blue and orange accents. These colors enhance each other when used together, creating a vibrant and dynamic look. 2. Analogous harmony. Analogous colors are adjacent to each other on the color wheel and share similar hues. Example, a UI featuring shades of green, green, and yellow. These colors create a harmonious and cohesive appearance, making the interface feel unified. 3. Triadic harmony. Triadic colors are evenly spaced around the color wheel, forming a triangle. Example, a UI incorporating red, yellow, and blue elements. This harmony scheme offers a balanced yet vibrant color palette, creating visual interest without overwhelming the user. 4. Split complementary harmony. Similar to complementary harmony, but instead of using the exact opposite color, it utilizes two adjacent colors to the complementary color. Example, a UI using red with yellow green and blue green. This scheme maintains the contrast of complementary colors while offering a more subtle and balanced look. 5. Tetradic harmony involves the use of two pairs of complementary colors, creating a rectangular shape on the color wheel. Example, a UI combining red and green with blue and orange accents. This harmony scheme provides a wide range of color options while maintaining balance and contrast. By applying these harmony schemes effectively, UI designers can create interfaces that are visually appealing, engaging, and easy to navigate. Each scheme offers its own unique advantages, allowing designers to tailor the color palette to suit the specific needs and objectives of the interface. Importance of color contrast. Color contrast plays a crucial role in UI design, impacting readability, accessibility, and overall user experience. Contrast refers to the difference in brightness, hue, or saturation between elements in a design. High contrast enhances readability by making text and other UI elements stand out sharply against their backgrounds. It also improves accessibility for users with visual impairments, as it ensures sufficient differentiation between foreground and background elements. For example, using black text on a white background provides high contrast and optimal readability for most users. Conversely, low contrast can hinder readability and accessibility, as it may cause text and other elements to blend into the background. This can strain the eyes and make it difficult for users, especially those with visual impairments, to perceive and interact with the interface effectively. For instance, light gray text on a white background or dark blue text on a black background may result in low contrast, making it challenging for users to read. Here are examples of high and low contrast designs. High contrast. Black text on a white background. White text on a black background. Brightly colored elements against a neutral background. Low contrast. Light gray text on a white background. Dark blue text on a black background. Pale yellow text on a light green background. By prioritizing high contrast in UI design, designers can improve readability and accessibility, ensuring that users can easily perceive and engage with the content. Additionally, maintaining appropriate levels of contrast enhances the visual hierarchy of the interface, guiding users' attention to key elements and facilitating smooth navigation. Psychological effects of color. Colors have profound psychological effects on individuals, influencing emotions, perceptions, and behaviors. Understanding these effects is crucial in UI design, as colors can evoke specific feelings and associations, shaping the overall user experience. Here are some common psychological effects of colors. 1. Red. Associated with energy, passion, and urgency. Often used to evoke excitement or draw attention to important elements. Can also signify danger or warnings. 2. Blue. Symbolizes calmness, trust, and stability. Frequently used to create a sense of security and professionalism. Can evoke feelings of tranquility and relaxation. 3. Yellow. Represents optimism, happiness, and warmth. Often used to convey positivity and cheerfulness. Can stimulate mental activity and enhance creativity. 4. Green. Symbolizes nature, growth, and harmony. Associated with health, freshness, and environmental awareness. Often used to promote relaxation and balance. 5. Purple. Signifies luxury, creativity, and spirituality. Evokes a sense of sophistication and mystery. Can convey royalty and extravagance. 6. Orange. Represents enthusiasm, warmth, and vitality. Often used to create a sense of excitement and energy. can stimulate appetite and draw attention. 7. Black symbolizes elegance, power, and formality, often used to convey sophistication and authority. Can also evoke feelings of mystery or seriousness. 8. White represents purity, simplicity, and cleanliness. Creates a sense of spaciousness and openness. Often used as a background color to enhance clarity and contrast.
AI art and ChatGPT can be used to create unique and creative web design by combining the power of artificial intelligence and human input. With AI art, you can generate visually stunning graphics, patterns, and images, while ChatGPT can be used to generate text content and provide suggestions for website layouts and design elements. So hey everyone, you are already watching Simplilearn, and today we bring you this informative video on ChatGPT for UI and UX. Before we begin, if these are the videos you like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get notified every time we upload a new video. Without any further delay, to get started, you can experiment with different AI art tools to generate graphics and use ChatGPT to write website copy, create a content strategy, and provide feedback on design elements. It's important to keep in mind that while AI can help to generate ideas and create stunning visuals, I'm going to show you exactly how you can generate these yourself. Websites are going to be built with AI art as well as tools like ChatGPT in future. So in this video, I'm going to explain the whole process, and we are going to have it write the entire website layout for us, all the content, the hero section, and feature section, and much more. This means that we can build an entire website from the ground up without writing a single line of code. And this will be a pretty damn cool. Alright, we will start with the mid journey. In Google search, we will write mid journey. This is an AI tool that allows you to create the AI art that we are now seeing all over the web. To go to this, you just go to the midjourney.com and join the beta. It's easy to get started because all you really have to do is check the terms and conditions and start creating your own AI arts. Let's do this now. Here I have got the Midjourney server, and I'm going to head over to one of the newcomer room here and where everyone is creating different types of AI art. The first thing we need to do is to do a forward slash and type in an imagine, give us prompt work. We can request the AI any type of art we are after. Here I'm going to type in a beautiful website for shoe. Then I'm going to pass in -- v4, which means the version 4 of the Midjourney of AI art tool. Finally, I'm going to pass it in stylize. I'll do -- stylize. It's basically how random we want to be in it's in between 0 to 1000, and I'm just going to set it to about 500, which is average. So I will do the enter. It will take a little bit of time. Here this will start working in the background. It's going to generate a low fidelity version of the website and the design for this art. And this low fidelity version will be iteratively updated to be higher in resolution. These 4 examples then can be picked from, and then we can upscale them as well as let's have a look at what kind of results we get now. One thing to notice here is that we do get a bit of a loading percentage bar, and this is how long it takes for the actual AI to generate the image. Usually it takes between 1 to 2 minutes, but it will essentially refresh and ping you once it's complete. So here it is complete, and here are the 4 versions that we got, which are not too bad, not that great either. They are a bit yeah, I suppose it's looking funny in a way. So this is a way we can start being more creative with our prompts. So what I mean that is by giving more context as to what we want to do. So here is a prompt that we have created. What I'm gonna do is to pass it in the imagine once more, and I paste this prompt in this, and I'm going to give some more context. I'm going to pass it to the word UI. Wait, choose UI UX website This basically means that it's more or less focused on having good UI and good ad UX and being more like a website rather than just a creative shoe or a design. And it's important to give these context clues to the AI if you want better outputs. Different types of context clues you can provide is to find a kind of style that you want. For example, how you want the design to look and feel, whether you want it to represent a certain brand or much more. Like, these are just simple examples, but let's take a look at the kind of results we will get just from making these small little changes to the design. Here you can already see wait a minute. Look, it's a little bit more interesting. We have a bit of our sliders and what looks more like a Nike shoes, and also have what looks like a menu at the top. And I really like this design that we have here on the bottom. And here it is, because it does look very much like a website that we have got a bit for a hero section or a hero set section. And what's not, so from here we can select the version 1. So from here we can select the version 1, 2, 3, 4 to upscale, and I'm going to upscale version 3, which is U3, and this will give us the higher resolution version of this one particular design that we can start to take to the market, or even you can use to build. This again will take a little bit of time. It's going to process this and to do, and you can upscale in data, and let's run this in the background so that you can see. Wait a minute, this again will takes a little bit time to process. It's going to process this and do an unscale or upscale in beta, and let's run this in the background so that you can guys see what's the look. So here's the final result, and this is looking pretty, and we have got a nice design here for a shoe. We have got a bit of a hero section, and we also have what looks like a 2 call to actions, and we got some option here too at the very bottom, and as well as at the top we have got these colors, and that essentially are looking like these shoes colors being used as a part of the website design. So not too shoppy. Let's select the another one. Let's see for, yeah. But I think we can do a little bit more in terms of customization the design for this website, and I'm going to show you how you can do this. I'm going to copy over this prompt once, and for this prompt this time I'm going to pass a couple of extra things. So let me just maximize this. We are going to type as I have pasted that URL over here, so I'm gonna pass in the context clues of like clues of Nike, because Nike made obviously website shoes. So also so we'll write it here, Nike, not here. Repeat. And I also want it to be red, blue, green, and or maybe yellow. And I suppose we want else running person would be interesting. Person. It would be interesting to see how that gets designed, and I think that this should be enough. Let's actually improve the styling here. 1 minute. Let's change the styling. Let's have it 750 to make it a little bit more creative. And here are the results. I don't have a running person, but I do have a website that has definitely started using the colors that I recommended, which needs AI art systems to use. So these website designs look way more creative than we had previously. Still, we have this slider design. These website designs look way more creative than we had previously. We still have this slider design here at the bottom section where we can pick out different shoes, but even these shoes look damn cool. I can see that the Nike logo on these, and these are actually ones that I would probably buy if I saw in the Nike store. But generally, these also are website because we have got the menus here at the top of the right. We got the text. So generally speaking, these are pretty interesting designs. So now I have another option here called version 1, 2, 3, 4. What this does is actually allow you to pick more generations based on actual image from these images or these designs. Now from these design, I actually like the 12, 3 and 4. I think it is most, I think 4, because it teals and red, or it's a bit yellow or blue. So I'm going to select the version 4, and that's going to create 4 more version based on the specific version for us. Let's take a look at the what those that we got, and here we have got our results where we have more examples of that. All of these looks very similar. I think the only difference here is blue line, red line, it seems to be shift and change, as well as a hero section. And you would normally have this menu at the top right, and something these shoes here are a little bit inverted, but generally speaking, this is the kind of variations you can expect. Now let's take a look at another way we can generate our generations for website. Now you can do is just jump into any website and select any image. So first we will go to an app and website, and you can select any image that you would like, and I will actually gone here and I'm going to pull in this image of this shoe. And but I do like the design aesthetics. Here we are going to here, and then we can copy the URL from here. But this time what I'm going to do is type the imagine. Then I'm going to pass in the URL what we have copied. We will paste it here. Again, I'm going to write we did it before. We'll copy this, paste it over here. So what's going to happen here? It's going to have a look at this image that we have defined in terms of the URL. It's going to use this as a reference point. Then it's going to take a look at the prompt we have put in, which is the shoe prompt using the colors, and it's going to try to design a website that has a similar aesthetics to that image, which is really cool. Let's see the result we get back. Looks like that's ready. Let's take a look at this. So here you can see that the design aesthetics, wait a minute, static that is similar to the page seen in this one. So this is more bubbly and colorful image, and now are represented very much so in this design aesthetics. We have these 4 elements here at the bottom, and if you have a look at the design, originally we had 4 elements here. So you can see that it's pulling in these design aesthetics to create a design based on that, and this is where you can really start using the air art. Repeat, using the air tool to your own benefits, trying to combine different styles, customizing them, and creating new and independent and unique ones from there. So in this 4, I'm really like the version of fourth one or the second one is pretty. So what I'm thinking of doing is an upscale on this. So we are going to upscale V2 and we are going to wait for that. 1 minute. Is use ChatGPT to write out the most of the content for me, and then I could take this to a client to immediately start shading. So let's see the upscale version happen. If we take a closer look, we will see that it has all the main elements for a website, including a logo area, a menu area, a nice hero image, as well as a title tagline button, as well the feature section. So what I'm going to do is to save this image to my computer. I'm going to save it and then customize it a little bit. But before we do that, we are going to head over to GPT. Here we're going to prepare the outline for the website using some AI tools. So here I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give me the broad outline for a website for shoes, including hero title, tagline, call to action button, and section for features and details about the shoe. So let's see what ChatGPT will comes back with. It's pretty quick. It's got a title here, call to action button, features and details section, and it's not really telling me what these are. These are where we might need to be a bit more specific as to what we wanted to do. It's giving me like broad outline of the website and what it needs. So please, I will write, please provide then for each one of these that I can copy paste straight to the website. Hero title is here, tagline, call to action buttons, features, okay, and the details. Okay, detail specification is there. Okay, reviews and rating. Okay, so I think I have got enough hairs to go by to simply copy paste in the website. So let's start beginning to design this. I have opened this design up in the Photoshop and I'm going to actually just crop it into the main element over here, and I really want to capture this image, and I will crop it and I will clear out the rest, and we can design each aspects or each part of this design bit by bit. I will save it over here. It's time to build our website, so I'm gonna head over to editor X and I'm going to build this a website in this, and I have logged in already, and then I will create to a new site, and here I will take an to a web dashboard, and I'm going to start by copy paste all the elements from ChatGPT as well as Midjourney straight in the first thing, and I want to jump back into the ChatGPT here and copy over our hero text. So I will just take it first. And I'm going to add title, and I'm going to paste it over here. And then I'm also going to grab the tagline, but before I will make it sure to keep it over here. But before that, I will put one image over here. will change the image. As I have already downloaded the image, let's upload that image. We'll open it. Let's wait to get uploaded. Yeah, it's uploaded, and now we will update it. And let's make it big in size. Okay, so we will change the size, but first I will remove this. I will change the size for this. I will make it little small. Next, I will add the icon for the company of the shoes that I am going to make a website for. I will add this and I will update it. Make it small. And this will be the taskbar, but make the size small a bit, and we'll insert one more picture, and it will be the logo of the company that we are going to put over here. We will minimize it, we can resize it, we can keep the logo over here. Now next, then I'm also going to grab the tagline over here. So I'll pick this tag. I will add the text. Comes up over here. Okay, I'll make it small in size. And we will paste on. And finally, let's grab a call to action which says shop. And create a button for that. So here we have all the workings of what we at least what we would need at least. So for the content, let's resize this first. Now we will add we need to add the image itself. So instead of just having a browse to stock images or anything like that, we actually had our images either done inside of the photoshops that we have done before, as from the Midjourney as well as. So I'm going to just drag the image and I'm going to change the image, and it should be here. I've already downloaded. No, I have to upload it. I have a collections of some shoes. Let's see. and I will just install one. I'll upload this picture. It will take a bit of time. Let's wait for a while. And once it's uploaded, we will update it. And we'll edit it. Let's keep it like this, or we can we change our content place from that to make it a fix in a place. So here we can change this also pretty well. Okay. So basically have this text happening a little bit more everything here. We have seen how we can resize it from this scroll bar, and so now let's add one more picture over here to make it look more better. Let's take a picture from here. Change the image. Upload from the computer. Add it from no. We will upload it again. Sorry. and we'll update it. Let's resize it. Let's turn it on. Let's make a taskbar for the top most of the screen. We will have a home page, so we will write a text over here. That will be let it make it small a bit in size. We'll add another text. It will show about us. It will show about us section, so we'll write it over here. Get a little small even though. Let's make same size. Let's make more small. 11. Let's make it more small. Like 11. Okay. The next session will be services. And the last one is context one section. One more option is there. That is a start button. Like we are keeping the start button over here, so we are keeping this here. So let it be here. Yeah. So next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select add section, and I'm going to just have a blank section. Here I'm gonna do first, I will add a picture first as a background. Let's do it. I will add one picture. Let's see I have downloaded it or not. I haven't downloaded. Wait a minute. Let it be upload. I will update it. Let it be a whole for a whole page. So let's add the pictures now for another shoes. Here's the picture. I'm going to reopen this. I'll put this. Okay, I'll update it to add it. Keep the pictures over here. Like similarly, we will upload 3 pictures over here. After this, let's keep it here. Let's keep this here. We are going to add another title over here. Delete to and we are making it a bit resizing it. We will change the font for this. Let's make this after this we will start editing the features of the shoes. Let's go to ChatGPT. Let's take this first paragraph. We'll make it small. We make it bold. We will add another paragraph over here. Similarly, we will make it for this also. In last, we will add a contact us. Last, we will add a contact us section over here again. So this is the final output of ChatGPT, or how we use ChatGPT and AI art for our UI and UX design to create a website or a web page or the land page for the shows.
Picture this. You're trying to open a door while carrying a bag of groceries in one hand and your phone in the other hand. A familiar situation, right? Well, human-centered design is all about making life easier in moments like these. Think of those automatic doors at the supermarket that magically slide open as you approach, freeing up your hands to handle your shopping. That's the power of designing with keeping people in mind. Human-centered design is like making stuff that fits people perfectly. You figure out what they like and need, using things like interviews and observations. Then, you use that information to make something that's easy and enjoyable for them to use. It's all about putting the user first and making sure what you create works great for them. So, in this video from Simplilearn, we will discuss about human-centered design process. We will give you a complete picture of all the aspects of HCD. From how it evolved to its principles, phases, and real-life applications, we got you covered.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before that, if you are interested in a career in UI/UX, join our immersive UI/UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribbble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. Enroll now and unlock endless possibilities in the realm of UI/UX design. So let's get started. Human-centered design process. Human-centered design focuses on crafting solutions that align with people's needs and behaviors, making their lives simpler and more enjoyable. Let's first look into the history of human-centered design. Human-centered design has come a long way since its beginnings in the 1960s, when it was all about making military equipment safer and easier to use. This focus on understanding how people interact with the environment soon spread to consumer products. In the 1980s, pioneers like Donald Norman emphasized the need for designs that are intuitive and user-friendly, which gave rise to user-centered design. Today, HCD principles are essential across various fields, including technology, healthcare, consumer products, public services, and education. Companies like Google and Apple prioritize user experience in their products, and sectors like healthcare and urban planning use HCD to create more accessible and inclusive services. This evolution highlights HCD's importance in crafting solutions that are not only effective and enjoyable, but also sustainable by keeping the needs and experiences of users at the forefront. So, what are some of the key principles to keep in mind while implementing a human-centered approach? Prioritize people. Always focus on individuals who will be using your product and consider their unique needs and circumstances. Remember, your goal is to create something that helps them achieve their objectives more effectively. Identify the core problem. It's essential to pinpoint the underlying issue rather than just addressing its symptoms. By tackling the root cause, you can prevent recurring issues and create more impactful solutions. Consider the whole system. Keep the broader user journey in mind, even when working on specific aspects. By understanding how each part fits into larger picture, you can create more cohesive and seamless experience. Start small, iterate often. Instead of diving straight into complex solutions, start with simple interventions and continually refine them through iterative testing and prototyping. This approach allows for gradual improvement and ensures that your solutions truly meet the needs of your users. Now, there are 6 phases in the process of HCD, which are as follows. Empathize. This phase is about understanding the people you are designing for. It involves gathering insights into their lives, needs, and challenges. You can interview potential users to understand their experiences and needs. Observe users in their environment to see how they interact with existing solutions and uncover unarticulated needs. Collect quantitative data from a larger user base to identify patterns and common issues. Define. In this phase, the insights gathered during the first phase are synthesized to define the core problems and challenges. Create detailed profiles of typical users to represent different user types. Map out the user's journey to identify pain points and opportunities for improvement. Develop a clear problem statement that encapsulates the user needs and challenges to be addressed. Next, ideate. This phase involves generating a wide range of ideas and potential solutions. Conduct sessions to generate a large number of ideas. Draw simple sketches to visualize ideas quickly. Use mind maps to explore different aspects of the problem and potential solutions. Create storyboards to illustrate how solutions might be used in real-life scenarios. Next, we have prototype. Develop representations of the ideas to explore their viability. Create low-fidelity prototypes, which are simple and inexpensive versions of the product, like paper sketches, wireframes, etc. You can also create high-fidelity prototypes, which are more detailed and functional prototypes that closely resemble the final product. Build mock-ups like visual models to test look and feel. Use tools to build interactive versions of digital products. Test. Evaluate the prototypes with real users to gather feedback and insights. Observe users interacting with the prototypes to identify usability issues. Compare different versions of the prototype to see which performs better and collect feedback through interviews, surveys, and observation. Refine the prototypes based on their feedback and test again. And the last, we have implement. Bring the final solution to life and ensure it meets user needs. Translate the final prototype into a finished product or service and deploy the product or service to the market. Then monitor user feedback and performance metrics to ensure the solution continues to meet user needs, and also make ongoing improvements based on user feedback and evolving needs. So a human-centered design approach can greatly improve our UI/UX by focusing on the real needs and behaviors of the users. By understanding what users want and how they interact with the product through research and feedback, designers can create interfaces that are more intuitive and enjoyable to use. Regular testing and refining based on user input also ensure that the product continually meets their needs effectively. So we hope by now you got a clarity on what a human-centered design approach is and how the ways and processes to achieve it. Now, let's see some real-life examples of how brands applied HCD process to enhance their UI/UX. First, let's see an example from IDEO, which is a global design and innovation company. So, IDEO was asked by a medical device company to design a data entry tool for nurses during a specific procedure. So, the client envisioned a sleek, futuristic gadget similar to iPad that required 2 hands to operate. However, when the IDEO team observed the medical procedure, they noticed a critical detail. Patients were anxious and scared as they were into surgery, and nurses would often hold their hands to comfort them, and an essential human interaction the client has overlooked. Realizing a 2-handed device wouldn't work, IDEO brainstormed and developed a 1-handed device with a thumb scroll, which looks like this, allowing nurses to input data while still holding the patient's hand. Although it wasn't as cool as the client's original idea, it was far more practical and empathetic. So IDEO's approach focused on understanding the end user's needs and using those insights to guide their design, resulting in a solution that was unexpected but ultimately created a more human and effective experience for everyone involved. So now let's talk about the role of HCD in digital products. So human-centered design profoundly influences the UI/UX of software and digital products by placing the genuine needs and behaviors of users at the forefront of the design process. Through comprehensive user research and empathetic understanding, designers gain invaluable insights into users' preferences, challenges, and motivations. This deep understanding allows for the creation of interfaces that are intuitive, user-friendly, and emotionally resonant. Now, let's see how HCD impacts UI/UX of a digital product through an example. Uber uses human-centered design to make sure the app meets users' needs. They started by researching what people didn't like about traditional taxis, such as long waits and unclear pricing. The Uber app has a simple, easy-to-use interface with clear visuals. It allows quick booking with one tap and shows where the driver is in real time. Users can save favorite places and write preferences for a personalized experience. Also, the app is accessible with voice commands and adjustable text sizes. It provides fair estimates and real-time tracking to ensure transparency. So trust is built through driver ratings and safety features like an emergency button. Uber continuously improves the app based on user feedback and tests new features before releasing them widely. It supports multiple payment methods and also languages to be inclusive for all users. So these HCD principles make Uber a user-friendly, personalized and safe ride-hailing app. So there you go. Imagine you are designing a digital product like a website or an app. What's your ultimate goal? It's not just about functionality, right? It's about crafting an experience that feels seamless, intuitive, and enjoyable for the user. So let me show you something. Here's an example of a good design that follows key UI principles. It's clean, organized, and easy to navigate. Now compare it to this bad design. Cluttered, overwhelming, and frustrating to use. The difference is crystal clear, right? So this is where UI design principles come in. They are simply a roadmap to help designers like you design interfaces that are both user-friendly and enjoyable. So welcome to another informative video from Simplilearn, where today we will talk about these UI design principles, why following these principles are important, the 7 key principles to focus on, and a few tips that will help you create better UI designs. So great UI design is more than just pretty visuals. It's about making your product functional, enjoyable, and easy for everyone to use. And here's why following these principles matters. Number 1, enhances usability. Think of UI design as giving someone directions. So instead of handing them a map and expecting them to figure it out, you point to clear signs they can follow step by step. And this is what good UI does. It provides clarity and simplicity, guiding users toward their goals with ease. Number 2, improves decision making. So when your design is clear and consistent, users can navigate more confidently. For designers, having a structured framework makes it easier to anticipate user needs and make informed choices. Next is it increases efficiency. So Figma's research shows that teams using design systems complete tasks 34% faster than those who don't. So starting with clear UI principles helps designers and developers streamline workflows, and then it reduces cognitive load. So good design minimizes the mental effort needed to complete tasks. For users, that means fewer frustrations and a more enjoyable experience. So now, before we move on to the 7 principles, here's a quick info for you guys. You can unlock your potential with Simplilearn's advanced certification in UIUX design and dive into the world of user-centered design. This comprehensive course covers essential skills like wireframing, prototyping, usability testing, and mastering industry-leading tools such as Sketch, Figma, Adobe XD. A Gen AI-powered UIUX design course focused on practical learning. So whether you're an aspiring designer, a developer looking to expand your skills, or someone transitioning into UIUX field, this program offers hands-on experience, real-world projects, and expert guidance from industry professionals. So enroll now to begin your journey towards a successful career in UIUX design. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So the first one is hierarchy, which guides the user's attention. So hierarchy is all about directing users to the most important elements first. So you can think of it like writing a headline in a newspaper. It grabs attention before you dive into details. So in UI design, you can use size, contrast, and spacing to create a clear structure. So let's start with font size and weight. So as you can see, large bold fonts immediately draw the eye to headlines or key actions. So for example, in an e-commerce app, the product name is bold and the price is slightly smaller. And then comes contrast. So make sure that you use colors to make key elements stand out. For example, a bright Buy Now button against a neutral background will naturally grab attention. And then you have spacing, which means group related content together and leave enough space between unrelated items to create clarity. So as you can see in this example, the company name or the logo is bold and prominent because that is what they want their users to see first, which is followed by the subtitles or sections. So the use of visual cues ensures users can skim and find what they need without effort. So ask yourself, what's the first thing I want my user to notice, and design around that. Now the second one is progressive disclosure, which is to simplify complex processes. So progressive disclosure is like peeling an onion. You reveal one layer at a time to avoid overwhelming users. So instead of showing everything at once, present only what's necessary for the current step. So for example, when onboarding users to a productivity app, you might start by asking for their name and email. And in the next step, you gather additional details like preferences and settings. So this makes the process feel less daunting. So to make progressive disclosure effective, number one is to provide a progress indicator. So it can either be, as you can see in this example, a progress bar, or also you can give steps like step 1, step 2, or step 3 so users know where they are. Also, you can avoid unnecessary steps, so keep the flow as short as possible. And test your multi-step flows to ensure users don't drop off halfway through. Now, number 3, we have consistency, which is to build trust through predictability. So consistency creates familiarity and trust. So when users know how a button, menu, or navigation bar will behave, they can focus on their tasks instead of figuring out the interface. So for example, in e-commerce platforms, the Add to Cart button is consistently placed near the product description across all product pages. So this uniform placement ensures users can quickly add items to their cart without searching for the button, streamlining their shopping experience. So now consistency applies to colors. Use the same color for similar actions, like green for submit and red for cancel. Then comes typography. Keep the font styles uniform for headings, body texts, and labels. And also interaction patterns. So ensure the drop-down sliders and the buttons that you use behave the same way throughout the design. So create a style guide or design system to enforce consistency across your project. Now the fourth one is contrast, which means highlight what's important. So contrast helps users distinguish between primary and secondary actions. It's not just about colors, it's about making sure the most critical elements stand out. So for example, a red delete button on a plain background immediately grabs attention, signaling the seriousness of the account, or high contrast color combinations for buttons. Also test your designs with a contrast checker to ensure that they meet accessibility standards. So be intentional with contrast. Overusing it can also create visual clutter. Now next we have accessibility, which means design for everyone. So accessibility ensures your interfaces works for everyone, including people with disabilities. So this is not just a moral responsibility, but also makes your product more user-friendly. So some of the key accessibility practices are, number one, high contrast colors. So make sure the text and backgrounds have enough contrast for readability. Next is adding alt text for images, which means describe images for screen readers so even visually impaired users can understand them. And next is assistive technology compatibility. So test with screen readers to confirm functionality. So for example, Netflix subtitles and audio descriptions allow viewers with hearing or vision impairments to enjoy content seamlessly. Now, number 6, we have proximity, which means grouping related items together. So proximity is about placing related elements close together so users perceive them as connected. So this creates a logical and intuitive layout. So for example, in an audio player, buttons like play, pause, and volume are grouped together because they are all related to playback controls. However, the exit or the close button is placed separately to prevent accidental clicks. So this is how you can use proximity effectively. Number 1, place labels next to the form fields they describe. Number 2, group related items with proper spacing to show connections, and then separate unrelated elements to reduce visual clutter. So white spaces, as you can see, isn't wasted space. It helps users focus and navigate easily. And finally, the 7th one is alignment, which creates order and balance. So alignment ensures your design feels clean and professional. It's like arranging books neatly on a shelf. It creates order and predictability, making it easier for users to navigate. For example, e-commerce product pages align images, product titles, and prices in a consistent grid layout. This structure helps users compare products quickly. So some of the best practices for alignment are: number 1, use a grid system to structure your layout. Number 2, align texts, images, and buttons along consistent margins. And also avoid random placement. It disrupts the visual flow. So even small misalignments can make a design look unpolished. So double check your spacing and placement. So these were the 7 UI design principles to keep in mind while designing. So now let's see some tips for an effective UI UX design. Number 1 is apply perspective. So guide users through a logical sequence of actions as told earlier. For example, lead them from browsing a product to adding it to the cart and completing the checkout. Number 2, keep it effortless. Make the interface intuitive with clear navigation and minimal cognitive load. And then use shortcuts. Speed up common tasks with quick access buttons or keyboard shortcuts. And finally, test. Observe how real users interact with your design to catch and fix issues earlier. So that's a wrap on the principles of UI design. Remember, great design isn't about being flashy, it's about being functional, accessible, and intuitive. Today, I will be talking about the laws of UI UX design, the secret sauce behind great user experiences. These aren't just random rules. They are practical, proven principles that can make your designs intuitive and user-friendly. So in this video, I will explain the 12 most important laws of UI UX design. We will also see a few examples of each for a better understanding. So let's dive in. But before that, here's a quick info for you guys. You can unlock your potential with Simplilearn's advanced certification in UI UX design and dive into the world of user-centered design. This comprehensive course covers essential skills like wireframing, prototyping, usability testing, and mastering industry-leading tools such as Sketch, Figma, and Adobe XD. A Gen AI-powered UI UX design course focused on practical learning, whether you are an aspiring designer, a developer looking to expand your skill set, or someone transitioning into the UI UX field. This program offers hands-on experience, real-world projects, and expert guidance from industry professionals. Enroll today to begin your journey toward a successful career in UI UX design with Simplilearn's globally recognized certification. So you can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So let's get started. So let's start with aesthetic usability effect. It states that people believe that beautiful designs work better, even if they don't. So think about how you feel when you see a beautifully designed app or website. You naturally assume it's of high quality and easy to use, right? That's this law in action. A good-looking design creates trust and positive feelings, even if there are minor flaws. So it's like meeting someone well-dressed. They just seem more reliable. Some of the examples are Apple products. Their sleek designs make people feel like they are using the best technology out there, even if there are bugs or glitches sometimes. Also, Airbnb's website. The clean design and high-quality images make you feel confident about booking a stay, even if you haven't used the platform before. Now, number 2, we have the Doherty threshold. So users stay engaged when systems respond faster than they can think. Nobody likes to wait, whether it's for a page to load or a button to respond. Delays can frustrate users. So if your app or website keeps up with the user's pace, they will stay focused and enjoy the experience more. Examples are Instagram. So as you scroll, new posts load instantly, so you never feel interrupted. Also Google search. The moment you hit search, the results are there, fast and seamless, keeping you engaged. Now next we have the fifth law. It defines that bigger and closer buttons are easier to click or tap. So imagine trying to hit a tiny button in the corner of your screen. It's annoying, right? Now think about how easy it is to tap a large, well-placed button. That's fifth law. When interactive elements are big and close, they're easier and faster to use. Some of the examples are Amazon's Buy Now button. It's big, bold, and right where you can see it, so you can make a purchase without effort. And MacDoc, when you hover over an icon, it enlarges, making it easier to click the one you want. Now, number 4, we have the Hicks law, which means more choices is equal to more time to decide. So ever looked at a long restaurant menu and felt overwhelmed? That's Hicks law in action. When users are bombarded with too many options, they take longer to decide, or worse, give up. So keeping things simple helps users focus and act quickly. Some of the examples are Netflix categories. So instead of showing you everything, Netflix organizes content into easy-to-browse sections like top picks and trending now. And then you have Spotify playlists. They suggest a handful of curated playlists instead of showing every single song, making your choice easier. Now, number 5 is the Jacobs law, which states that users expect designs to work the same way as other familiar designs. So people like things to feel familiar. If your design doesn't match what they are used to, they'll feel lost and confused. So think of it like driving. If someone moved the pedal brake, it would be a chaos, right? So some of the examples are the e-commerce sites. So the cart is always in the top right corner. So moving it somewhere else would confuse shoppers. And then you have social media platforms. Features like likes and comments work the same on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, so users instantly know what to do. Next comes law of common region. It states that group related items together to show they are connected. So imagine a grocery store where all the fruits are in one section and all the snacks in another section. That's how this law works. By visually grouping similar items, you can make it easier for users to understand the relationships between them. Some of the examples are the Google search results. So they use cards to group ads, featured snippets, and organic results, so it's clear what belongs together. And then you have forms. So grouping name, email, and phone fields help users know they are part of the same section. Next comes Miller's Law. People can only hold about 7 items in their memory at a time. So our brains can only handle so much information at once. If you overload users with too many things, they'll forget or get confused. And the trick? Break things into smaller chunks to make them easier to process. Some of the examples are Spotify navigation. So instead of showing all the features, Spotify's navigation bar focuses on just a few key options like home and search. And then you have multi-step forms. So websites like LinkedIn break down job applications into smaller steps, making the process less intimidating. Now next is Occam's razor. It states that the simplest solution is usually the best solution. So more doesn't always mean better. A clean, simple design is often more effective than one with too many bells and whistles. So if an element doesn't serve a purpose, it's better to remove it. For example, Google homepage. It's just a logo, a search bar, and 2 buttons. Simple and effective. Now on number 9, we have Pareto principle, which is also known as 80-20 rule. It states that 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort. So focus on the features that matter the most. So instead of trying to perfect everything, identify the few elements that have the bigger impact and prioritize them. For example, Instagram. So posting photos and stories drives most of the engagement. So these features are the app's main focus. And then you have Amazon. The buy now button and search bar are front and center because they are the most used features. Next, we have the serial position effect. It states that people remember the first and the last items better than the middle ones. So if you want users to remember something, put it at the beginning or at the end. The stuff in the middle is more likely to get overlooked. For example, the Amazon deals. They highlight the best deals at the top and the bottom of the homepage to grab your attention. Also presentations. Ever noticed how the intro and conclusion are often the most memorable parts of any presentations? Now, in number 11, we have the Tesla's law or the law of conservation of complexity. It states that some complexity is unavoidable, so manage it wisely. So you can't simplify everything. Some processes are just naturally complex, but your job as a designer is to make them as easy as possible for users. For example, Photoshop toolbar. It's complex because it has to be, but Adobe organizes tools into categories to make them manageable. Also, tax filing apps. Filing taxes is inherently complicated, but apps like TurboTax simplify the process with step-by-step guidance, and then there are some apps that provide autofill options too. And finally, we have the von Restov effect. It states that things that stand out are easier to remember. So if something looks different, it grabs attention and sticks in your mind. So use this to highlight important elements like call to action buttons or special offers. For example, Spotify sign up button. The bright green button stands out against the dark interface, making it unmissable. Also the sales tags. Stores use red tags for discounts because they immediately catch your eye. So that was it, guys. That's a wrap to our video. These laws of UI UX design are your toolkit for creating designs that are not only beautiful but also intuitive and effective.
Have you noticed the growing demand for the skilled UI UX designers? You know, friends, that companies everywhere are looking for experts who can create designs that are easy to use and keep users happy. As a UI UX designer, you are at the center of making digital experiences that people love, whether it's a smooth app, a user-friendly website, or a product that just works. Welcome back to our channel today, because we are going to help you get ready for UI UX interviews. We are going to cover the top 15 questions that employers are asking right now. These questions are designed to test your skills and how to solve problems and how well you understand what makes a great user experience. So we are going to cover these things. We are also going to walk you through the detailed answers, give you real-world examples, and explain why these answers work. By the end of this video, you will feel more confident and ready to stand out in your interview and land that job in UI UX design.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before we begin, guys, if you are interested in a career in UI UX, then join our immersive UI UX certification program and become an expert in just 5 months. The course offers live online classes led by renowned faculty from IIIT Bangalore. Get hands-on with capstone projects, craft your portfolio on Dribble, and receive personalized coaching on top designer tools. And the best part, Simplilearn's job assistance is here to support your journey on every step of the way. Enroll now and unlock the endless possibilities in the realm of UI UX design. Without further ado, let's get started. So guys, here is our first question. That is, explain what UX design is. So guys, UX design or user experience design is about creating products that provide meaningful and relevant experiences to users. This involves the design of the entire process of acquiring and integrating the product, including aspects of branding, design, usability, and function. The goal of UX design is basically to enhance the user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, and pleasure provided in the interaction between the user and the product. Now let's move on to the second question. That is, what is the difference between UX and UI design? So guys, the difference is that user experience or UX focuses on the overall feel of the product, ensuring it's user-friendly, intuitive, and meets the user's need. UI or user interface design, on the other hand, focuses on the look and layout of the product, including buttons, icons, spacing, typography, and colors. While UX is concerned with the product's overall functionality and flow, UI is about how the product surfaces look and interact with the users. Let's move on to our third question. The third question is, what made you choose a career in UX design? So guys, you have to answer something like this. I chose a career in UX design because I have a passion for solving problems and improving how people interact with products. My background in psychology gave me insights into human behavior, and I wanted to apply this knowledge to design digital experiences that are both intuitive and enjoyable. The blend of creativity, empathy, and technical skills in UX design is what drew me into this field. Now, let us ask the next question. So, sometimes an interview can also ask you that what are the skills which is essentially required for UX designer, and tell about those skills and tell about that do you have those skills or not. So it's a very basic question and could be asked for freshers. So you have to answer something like this, that essential skills for UX designers include user researching, wireframing, prototyping, and usability testing. Additionally, strong communication skills are also very important for collaborating with stakeholders and developers. A good understanding of information architecture and interaction design is also crucial. Okay, so you have to answer something like this. Basically, this is very rare that some interviewer is going to ask this, but if someone asks you, like, what do you think about this job role? What skills this job role requires? Can you tell or elaborate? Then you can answer something like this. Basically, it's just asked to freshers. So guys, the next question is, what are the responsibilities of UX professional? So guys, the main responsibilities of a UX professional includes conducting user research, creating user personas, and designing wireframes and prototypes. They also perform usability testing, gather feedback, and iterate on designs. Additionally, UX professionals collaborate on UI designers, developers, and product managers to ensure that the final product aligns with both user needs and business goals. Now let us move on to our next question. Those are the intermediate level questions. So someone can ask you something like this, that how do you complete the research process before creating a UX design? So guys, the research process typically begins with understanding the business goals and user needs. So say like I start by conducting stakeholder interviews, user surveys, and competitor analysis. Then I gather qualitative and quantitative data through user interviews, surveys, and analytics tools. Based on this data, I create user personas and journey maps, which guide the design process. This comprehensive research ensures the design is user-centered and aligns with the business objectives. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea like how you can answer this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your top UX skill and its impact? So guys, you can say something like this. My strongest UX skill is user research, and I'm able to gather and analyze data effectively, which allows me to deeply understand user needs and pain points. The skill has been instrumental in my ability to design solutions that truly resonate with users. For instance, in a recent project, my research led to a redesign that significantly improved user satisfaction and reduced drop-off rates by 20%. Now let us move on to our next question. Which skills do you need to refine as a UX designer? So you can say something like this: while I'm confident in my research and prototyping skills, I believe there's always room to refine my visual design skills, especially in terms of mastering the latest UI design tools like Figma and Adobe XD. Additionally, I'm working on improving my data analysis and skills to better interpret user analytics and integrate those insights into design processes. So guys, you can say something like this for this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, name 2 important trends in UX design. So you can answer something like this. 2 important trends in UX design are increasing emphasis on accessibility and rise of voice user interfaces. Accessibility is becoming priority as designers strive to create inclusive experiences for all users, including those with disabilities. Voice interfaces are also gaining popularity, driven by the growth of smart speakers and voice assistants, which require a different approach to designing user interaction. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, do you have to go to inspirational resources to help your design processes? So you can say something like this. Yes, I regularly turn to design communities like Dribble and Behance for inspiration. I also read UX blogs such as Nelson's Norman's Group's articles and Smashing Magazine to stay updated on best practices and emerging trends. Additionally, I follow thought leaders like Don Norman and Jared Spool, whose insights help shape my approach to user-centered design. Now let us move on to our advanced level interview question. So, your interviewer can ask something like this. So, tell me about a time that a project was more complicated than its first seemed. So you can say something like this. I once worked on a project to redesign a travel booking platform, which seemed straightforward initially. However, as I dug deeper, I discovered that the platform had a wider range of user personas with very different needs. This complexity required more segmented approach to user research and design. We had to create multiple user flows and test various prototypes with different user groups to ensure final design met everyone's need. The project took longer than anticipated, but the result was more personalized and effective platform. So you can describe a project something like this that turned out to be the complex, but how you tackled it. It also shows your problem solving skills. So guys, please be ready with this question because this is the most frequently asked question in the interviews. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what is the biggest challenge in your UX career? So you can answer something like this. The biggest challenge that I faced was leading the redesign of legacy enterprise software that had a large established user base resistant to change. The challenge was to modernize the interface while maintaining the familiarity that long-time users depended on. I approached this by conducting extensive user research to understand what elements were most crucial to users. So we implemented the redesign in phases, providing training and support to ease the transition. The project was successful, with users eventually adopting the new design and providing positive feedback. So guys, this was one of the experience which I have shared, but you have to share your own experience, okay? But a template would be something like this. So guys, I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now, let us move on to our next question. So our next question is, which method would you use to enhance our product's UX? You can answer something like this. To enhance your product's UX, I would begin by conducting a comprehensive usability audit to identify any pain points in the current design. This would involve usability testing with real users, analyzing user feedback, and reviewing analytics data. Based on the findings, I would prioritize areas for improvement and develop design solutions that address these issues. Additionally, I would suggest implementing an iterative testing processes to continuously refine the design based on user feedback and performance metrics. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what's your most significant success in your career as a UX designer? So you can answer something like this. My most significant success was leading a project that resulted in a 30% increase in user engagement for financial service app. The original design was confusing to users, leading to high abandonment rates. After conducting thorough user research, we identified key pain points and redesigned the app user flow. We implemented the changes gradually, incorporating user feedback at every stage. The final design was very well received, resulting in significantly higher user engagement and satisfaction. So guys, you can use certain template like this, but it should be your own success if you have experience. So these questions basically are for those candidates who have 1 or 3 years of work experience, so they can share their work experience to the given client or to the interviewee. Now, let us move on to our final question. So our final question is, what do you hope to achieve in your UX design career in 5 years? So guys, this is a very important question because when you're going for an interview, your interviewer will definitely try to know your vision in your given career. So you can answer something like this. In 5 years, I aim to be in a leadership role where I can mentor and guide a team of UX designers. I also hope to have a strong portfolio of successful projects that have made a significant impact on user experience and business outcomes. Additionally, I want to continue refining my skills, particularly in areas like service design and UX strategy, to contribute to more holistic and user-centric product development. So guys, this is a template where you can use also to define your vision, or if you have a better template like which you have thought about your, because this is a very personal question, so you can answer something like this. But this is a very basic template which I have given you. Now that you have come to the end of the course, you are equipped with the tools and the knowledge to create stunning UI UX designs. Keep practicing, explore new design trends, and refine your skill. The world of design is ever evolving, and with what you have learned. Thank you guys for joining, and good luck on your UI UX journey.